Hello, beautiful souls. Before we begin our journey, I'd love to know which corner of the world you're listening from. Drop a line in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these immersive bedtime stories, don't forget to like and subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more adventures that will carry you into your dreams. Tonight we take a journey through memory, choice, and the unexpected turns that redefine our lives when we least expect them. A journey that reminds us that love truly knows no bounds. Echoes of Autumn. Catherine Winters stood at her kitchen window, watching autumn leaves spiral down from the massive oak that had guarded her home for 30 years. 53 years old today, and the universe had sent her a windstorm as a birthday gift. How fitting. Her phone buzzed on the counter, a text from her daughter in Seattle. "Happy birthday, Mum. Did the package arrive?" It had. Unopened, it sat on her dining room table like an unexploded ordnance. Ellie meant well, but Catherine couldn't bear another well-intentioned self-help book or meditation cushion. "Not today." She texted back, "It did. Thank you, sweetheart. Opening it later when I'm back from my walk." A small deception. She had no intention of walking in this wind, but it bought her time. 20 years as a high school counsellor taught her that sometimes small untruths prevented larger hurts. Catherine's gaze drifted to the wall calendar, the only analogue remnant in her increasingly digital life. October 15th was circled in faded red marker. Not for her birthday, she never bothered marking that, but because 19 years ago today, David had left for work and never come home. Heart attack at 42. A cliché, really, except when it happens to your husband. The wind moaned through the eaves, a sound that always reminded her of David's snoring. She'd complained about that snoring for years, until suddenly the bedroom became tomb quiet. What she wouldn't give now to hear that rumbling symphony again. The doorbell rang, startling her. Catherine wasn't expecting anyone. Her friends knew better than to surprise her on this day. Through the peephole she saw only a delivery uniform and a clipboard. Probably another birthday gift, maybe from her sister in Phoenix. Catherine Winters. The delivery woman was in her early 60s, silver-streaked hair escaping from beneath her cap, face weathered by decades of sun and wind. "Yes, that's me. Special delivery. Need your signature." She handed over the clipboard while balancing a package no bigger than a hardback novel. Catherine signed and accepted the package. No return address, just her name in unfamiliar handwriting. "Thanks, nasty weather we're having," Catherine offered, suddenly not wanting to be alone. "Best kind," the woman smiled. "Wind clears away what needs clearing." Before Catherine could respond, the delivery woman was already heading down the walkway, leaning into the gusting wind like she welcomed its challenge. Back inside, Catherine examined the package. Plain brown paper, secured with twine rather than tape, like something from another era. No labels or barcodes, just her name and address in blue ink. She untied the twine, unfolded the paper. Inside was a wooden box with a simple brass latch. The wood was dark with age, polished by years of handling. When she opened it, her breath caught. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, was David's pocket watch. The one that had belonged to his grandfather, the one that had been buried with him 19 years ago today. Catherine's hands trembled as she lifted it out. The weight was exactly as she remembered, substantial solid gold with his initials engraved on the back. She'd always loved how it felt slightly warm, as if it generated its own heat. This was impossible. She'd watched them place this watch in David's pocket before they closed the casket. She'd insisted on it, knowing how he'd check the time on it a dozen times daily, a nervous habit she'd found endearing. She opened the case. The watch face was pristine, the second hand sweeping smoothly. It showed exactly the right time, and tucked into the lid of the case was a small folded note she'd never seen before. Catherine unfolded it with shaking fingers. "My Kath, if you're reading this, then it worked. I don't know how to explain what's happening to me, but I need to try. Time isn't what we think it is. Neither is death. Tomorrow morning at 8:17, go to Holloway Park, to our bench. Bring the watch. I've missed you for so long, David. Catherine stared at the note, at handwriting she knew as well as her own. The logical part of her brain, the counsellor who'd helped hundreds of teenagers navigate grief and delusion, was already manufacturing explanations. A cruel prank, a forgotten keepsake with a note she'd somehow never seen. Early onset dementia making her believe this was real. But her heart, the part of her that had never fully accepted that David was gone, thundered with a different possibility. The watch ticked in her palm, warm and insistent as a heartbeat. Outside, the wind rose to a howl and the last leaves of autumn tore free from the oak tree, swirling upward in a frantic dance against the darkening sky. Catherine barely slept. How could she, with David's watch ticking on her nightstand and his impossible note tucked beneath her pillow? She'd reread it dozens of times, analysing every curve and stroke of his handwriting, looking for evidence that someone had forged it. But it was his, the slightly slanted A's, the way he crossed his T's with a flourish, how he always wrote her name with a small heart dotting the I instead of a dot. Details no one could know to fake. By dawn, she'd cycled through every explanation, elaborate birthday prank, hallucination, dream, or the simplest yet most impossible option, that somehow David was reaching across 19 years of absence to contact her. At 7:30, she gave up on rational thought and got dressed. The storm had cleared overnight, leaving behind that peculiar autumn clarity where everything seems outlined in gold. She slipped the watch into her coat pocket, its weight anchoring her to reality. Holloway Park was a 15-minute walk, which gave her time to prepare for disappointment. The bench David had mentioned sat beneath a copper beech tree, overlooking the duck pond. They'd spent countless Sunday afternoons there, watching their daughter feed ducks, planning futures that never materialised. As she approached, Catherine saw the bench was empty. Of course it was. What had she expected? She sat down, feeling foolish yet unable to leave. The watch in her pocket showed 8:15, 2 minutes to whatever wasn't going to happen. A squirrel darted past her feet, clutching an acorn. The park was quiet this early, just a few dedicated joggers and an elderly man walking a corgi that waddled more than walked. Normal, ordinary, no magic or mystery. Her phone buzzed. Ellie again. "Did you open my gift?" Catherine sighed and replied, "Not yet, sweetie. Soon." 8:17 came and went. Catherine sat for 5 more minutes, then 10. The sun climbed higher, burning away the morning chill. Just as she was about to leave, someone sat down beside her. "Beautiful morning," said a voice she didn't recognise. Catherine turned to find an elderly woman beside her, the same delivery woman from yesterday. Up close, Catherine could see that her eyes were an unusual shade of amber. "You," Catherine said, "did you leave that package? The watch?" The woman's smile deepened the web of lines around her eyes. "I deliver things, that's all." "But how? Where did you get it? That watch was buried with my husband. Was it?" The woman looked out over the pond. "Time is curious that way. Things get lost. Things return." "Are you saying my dead husband sent you with his watch? That's impossible, maybe." The woman shrugged. "Yet here you are, exactly where the note told you to be." Catherine touched the watch in her pocket. "Who are you?" "A courier, a connector, someone who helps things find their rightful place." She turned to face Catherine fully. "Do you believe your husband's really gone?" "He died 19 years ago." "That's not what I asked." Catherine stared at the woman, at those strange amber eyes that seemed to hold a light of their own. "I don't know what I believe anymore." The woman nodded, satisfied. "That's a start." She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small key on a silver chain. The watch needs winding. This is the key. Catherine took it, noticing how it seemed to vibrate slightly against her palm. I don't understand what's happening. Understanding is overrated. Trust the watch. Trust what you feel. The woman stood. Wind it at midnight, not before. Wait, Catherine called as the woman started to walk away. What's your name? The woman paused, looking back over her shoulder. Autumn, she said with a small smile. My name is Autumn. Catherine watched her go, the key warm in her hand. Only when Autumn had disappeared from view did Catherine realise the woman hadn't been wearing a delivery uniform today. She'd been dressed in ordinary clothes, except for a scarf the exact colour of the copper beech leaves above them. On her walk home, Catherine's phone rang. Her principal, reminding her about tomorrow's faculty meeting. Normal life intruding on whatever strangeness had enveloped her. Catherine, are you there? Her principal asked after a moment of silence. Yes, she said, fingering the key in her pocket. I'm here, but I won't be in tomorrow. I need to take a personal day. That night, as the digital clock on her bedside table clicked over to midnight, Catherine took out David's watch and the delicate key. Her hands shook slightly as she inserted the key into the small winding aperture on the back of the watch. It turned smoothly as if recently oiled. One full rotation, then another. On the third turn, something clicked inside the mechanism. The second hand, which had been moving steadily all day, stopped. Then, impossibly, began to move counterclockwise. 3 days after winding the watch, Catherine still hadn't returned to work. She'd called in sick using accumulated leave time that her principal couldn't deny, though Catherine heard the concern in her voice. In 18 years at Roosevelt High, Catherine had rarely missed a day. But how could she focus on teenage crises when her own reality had shifted? The watch now ran backward, counting down to something she couldn't understand, and each night since winding it, she dreamed of David. Not memories, but new conversations, as vivid as life. In these dreams, they sat on their park bench while David explained things that made perfect sense, until she woke, left with only fragments. Time folds back on itself, and the boundaries are thinner than we think, and most persistently, I found a way back. This morning, Catherine had awakened to find a photograph on her nightstand that hadn't been there when she went to sleep. A Polaroid of their bench at Holloway Park, the copper beech's leaves a fiery canopy above it. Written on the white border in David's handwriting, remember our first kiss, November 3rd, 91. 4:35 p.m. Catherine did remember. They'd been walking through the park on their third date when rain had suddenly poured down. They'd run to the shelter of the beech tree, laughing and soaked, and David had brushed a wet strand of hair from her face before kissing her. She'd known then that she'd marry him someday. November 3rd was tomorrow, and she had no idea who had placed the photograph by her bed. Her doorbell rang, startling her from these thoughts. Through the peephole she saw Ellie on her porch looking worried. "Mum, are you okay?" Ellie asked when Catherine opened the door. At 30, Ellie had grown into a woman who resembled her father. Same dark eyes, same determined chin. "I'm fine, honey. Why?" "Why? Because you haven't been answering my calls. And your principal called me concerned because you've missed 3 days of work." Ellie stepped inside, scrutinising her mother. "And you look like you haven't slept in days." "I've been sleeping," Catherine said, which wasn't entirely a lie. "Just having strange dreams." Ellie set her purse down on the entryway table with a deliberate calmness that Catherine recognised as forced. "You didn't open my birthday gift." The package still sat on the dining room table, accusatory in its untouched state. "I've been distracted." "By what, Mum? What's going on? You haven't been like this since—" Ellie stopped herself. "Since your father died." Catherine finished for her. Ellie nodded, her expression softening. Is that what this is about? The anniversary was a few days ago. I should have called. Catherine considered telling her daughter everything, the watch, the mysterious woman named Autumn, the backwards running timepiece, the photograph that appeared from nowhere. But she knew how it would sound. Instead, she said, I think I'm just processing some old grief. It bubbles up sometimes, even after all these years. Ellie hugged her, and Catherine breathed in the familiar scent of her daughter's shampoo. I worry about you being alone here. I'm not alone. I have my work, my friends. Catherine pulled back and managed a smile. And I have you, even if you're 3 states away. Well, I'm here now for the weekend. Ryan's watching the kids. Ellie picked up the birthday package. And you're going to open this, and then we're going to have lunch, and you're going to tell me what's really going on. Catherine unwrapped the gift. Not a self-help book, but a leather-bound journal with her initials embossed on the cover. It's beautiful, she said, genuinely touched. You used to write all the time, remember? You always said it helped you make sense of things. Ellie squeezed her hand. Maybe it's time to start again. Over lunch at their favourite bistro, Catherine deflected Ellie's questions about her strange behaviour, steering the conversation toward her grandchildren and Ellie's work. But when they were finishing their coffee, Ellie reached into her bag and pulled out a small velvet box. I have something else for you, she said. I was saving it for Christmas, but I think maybe you need it now. Inside the box was a silver locket. When Catherine opened it, she found a tiny photograph of David holding baby Ellie, his smile radiant. I found it when I was digitizing old family photos, Ellie explained. I'd never seen it before. It must have been tucked into a book or something. Catherine stared at the image, at David's familiar face. The watch in her pocket seemed to grow warmer. Thank you, she whispered, blinking back tears. That night, after Ellie had gone to bed in her old room, Catherine sat at the kitchen table with the newly gifted journal open before her. The watch ticked counterclockwise beside her, and the Polaroid of the bench propped against a salt shaker. She began to write, hesitantly at first, then with increasing urgency. David, if you can somehow read this, if you're somehow finding ways to reach me, I need to understand. What happens tomorrow at 4:35? How is any of this possible? I'm afraid I'm losing my mind, but I'm more afraid that I'm not, that you've actually found some way to reach across to me, and I'm too rational to grasp it. Ellie's here. She looks so much like you now. She worries about me, thinks I'm dwelling in grief. But this doesn't feel like grief. It feels like anticipation. The watch runs backward. Time folding back on itself, you said in my dream. What does that mean? As she wrote the last word, the second hand of the watch suddenly stopped. Then, with a tiny mechanical shudder, resumed its movement, forward now as a watch should run. Catherine stared at it, then at the date on her phone. November 2nd, 11:59 p.m. In 1 minute, it would be November 3rd. The next day, Catherine convinced Ellie to walk with her to Holloway Park. She'd fabricated a story about doctors recommending fresh air for her insomnia, and Ellie had readily agreed, pleased to see her mother taking positive steps. They spent the afternoon wandering the park's winding paths, the air crisp with late autumn. Catherine kept checking David's watch, now running normally, as 4:35 approached. I need to sit for a minute, Catherine said when they neared the copper beach. Let's rest on that bench. Ellie checked the time on her phone. It's almost 4:30. We should head back soon if we're going to make our dinner reservation. Just a few minutes, Catherine insisted, her heart pounding as they sat on the bench. The same bench from the Polaroid, from her dreams, from countless Sunday afternoons with David. The watch in her pocket read 4:33. Do you remember coming here with your father? Catherine asked, trying to keep her voice casual. Ellie smiled. Of course. He used to lift me up to see the ducks, and he'd tell me that ridiculous story about the fish that lived in top hats at the bottom of the pond. The gentleman fish, Catherine laughed. I'd forgotten about them. Dad never forgot a story once he made it up. Ellie's expression grew wistful. I still talk to him sometimes, you know, when I'm having a hard day or when one of the kids does something that would have made him laugh. What do you say to him? Catherine asked softly. Ordinary things, updates on the kids. Sometimes I ask him questions like what he would do in my place. Ellie shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. It's silly, but it helps me feel connected to him. It's not silly at all, Catherine covered her daughter's hand with her own. I think... A sudden gust of wind interrupted her, whipping through the copper beach above them, sending a shower of russet leaves spiralling down around them. Catherine's watch vibrated in her pocket. 4:35. And there, walking toward them along the park path, was David. Not the David of 19 years ago, who had left for work one October morning and never returned. This was David as he would be now, hair silver at the temples, lines around his eyes, but unmistakably, impossibly him. Catherine froze, her hand tightening on Ellie's. Mum, what's wrong? Ellie followed her gaze, squinting at the approaching figure. Who's that? He was close enough now that Catherine could see his eyes, those dark eyes that had always reminded her of deep water. He wore clothes she had never seen before, a charcoal sweater, dark jeans, a scarf the same amber colour as the mysterious woman's eyes. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze fixed on Catherine with such intensity that she could barely breathe. Hello, Kath, he said, and his voice, slightly rougher than she remembered, but still unmistakably his, undid her completely. David, she whispered. Beside her, Ellie had gone rigid. Mum, what are you talking about? That's not... She stopped, staring at the man more closely. That's not possible. Hafiz took another step forward and Catherine could see he was trembling slightly. I know this is impossible to understand, but I promised I'd find a way back to you and I have. You're dead, Ellie said, her voice cracking. You died when I was 11. In this timeline, yes, David nodded, his eyes never leaving Catherine's face. But time isn't linear. It branches, folds back on itself, and sometimes, very rarely, the boundaries between different branches become permeable. Catherine found her voice at last. The watch, the key, the woman named Autumn. She helped me find the crossing point. David gestured to the bench where they sat. This place, this date, is where our timelines intersect, where I could come through just for a little while. Ellie stood abruptly. This is insane. Mum, we need to go. She tugged at Catherine's arm, but Catherine couldn't move, couldn't look away from the man who wore her husband's face, spoke with her husband's voice, looked at her with her husband's eyes. Ask me something, David said quietly. Something only I would know. The scar on your left shoulder, Catherine said immediately. How did you get it? A small smile touched his lips. Falling out of the apple tree in my grandmother's orchard when I was 9. I told everyone it was from a knife fight until you made me tell the truth on our second date. Ellie's grip on Catherine's arm slackened. The gentleman fish, she said suddenly. What colour was the mayor fish's top hat? Purple with silver stars, David answered without hesitation. And he had a monocle that he was always losing in the cattails. Ellie sank back onto the bench, her face drained of colour. How is this possible? Catherine asked. How are you here? I don't have time to explain everything, David said, glancing at his own watch, identical to the one in Catherine's pocket. The window is short, but I had to see you both to tell you that I never left you. Not really. But you died, Ellie whispered. We buried you. In this timeline, yes. David knelt in front of the bench, looking up at them. But there are others. And in one of them, I found a way to step sideways just for a moment. Can you stay? Catherine asked, already knowing the answer. David shook his head. The crossing only lasts a few minutes, but I needed you to know that I'm still here, in another stream of time, that I think of you every day." He looked at Ellie with wonder. "Look at you, a mother yourself now. I wish I could have seen it." "I named my son after you," Ellie said, tears streaming down her face. "Little David." "I know," he smiled. "Autumn showed me pictures." "Who is she?" Catherine asked. "A guardian of sorts. A keeper of time's crossroads." David checked his watch again, his expression growing urgent. "I have to go soon." "No," Catherine protested, reaching for him. "You just got here." His hand met hers, warm and solid and real. "The watch," he said quickly. "Keep it with you. Every year on this date, at this time, wind it with the key. I'll try to come through whenever I can." "Once a year?" Catherine felt dizzy with the impossibility of it all, the cruelty and the wonder. "That's all we get." "It's more than most," David said gently. "More than I thought possible." The leaves around them began to swirl again, though Catherine felt no wind. David's form seemed to waver slightly, like a reflection in the disturbed water. "I have to go," he said, his voice suddenly distant. "Remember, November 3rd, 4:35. Win the watch." "Dad," Ellie called, reaching out her hand. David's smile was radiant with love as he began to fade. "I am so proud of you, Ellie Bear. So proud of you both." And then he was gone, leaving only a scatter of copper leaves where he had stood. Catherine and Ellie sat in stunned silence, hands clasped tightly together, staring at the empty space before them. "Did that really happen?" Ellie finally whispered. Catherine pulled the watch from her pocket. The second hand had stopped at exactly 4:42. "Yes," she said with absolute certainty. "It happened." 1 year later, Catherine and Ellie sat on the same bench beneath the copper beach, which was again ablaze with autumn colours. Little David, Ellie's 4-year-old son, played nearby, tossing bread to the ducks while his father watched from a respectful distance. "He might not come," Catherine said quietly, rotating David's watch in her hands. "He said he'd try, but—" "He'll come," Ellie interrupted with firm confidence. Dad always kept his promises. The past year had transformed them both. After their impossible reunion with David, they'd spent countless hours talking, researching quantum physics, reading obscure texts about time and dimensions that Autumn, who Catherine now occasionally glimpsed around town, had subtly directed them toward. Catherine had filled 3 journals with theories and questions, mapping constellations of possibility. She'd returned to teaching with renewed purpose, no longer just counselling students through crises, but helping them see beyond the apparent limitations of their lives. Ellie had moved her family back to Colorado, taking a job at the university's physics department. Her colleagues found her new research direction into theoretical dimensionality fascinating if somewhat esoteric. David's watch showed 4:34. Catherine wound it with the silver key, her hand steady. "I still can't believe we're doing this," Ellie said, watching as the second hand began its familiar backward movement. "Waiting for a ghost who isn't really a ghost." "A traveller," Catherine corrected. "Between branches of time." At exactly 4:35, the copper leaves above them began to stir, though the air was still. Little David stopped feeding the ducks, staring at something neither Ellie nor Catherine could yet see. "Grandpa," he shouted suddenly, pointing toward the path, and there was David, walking toward them with the same steady pace as before, his smile widening as he caught sight of them. "You came," Catherine breathed when he reached them. "I promised, didn't I?" David knelt to greet his grandson, who showed no hesitation in accepting this new yet familiar presence. "Hello, young man. You've grown since last year." "You weren't here last year," little David said with a child's matter-of-fact certainty. "Not in a way you could see," David agreed, "but I was watching." This time their reunion lasted 17 minutes. Catherine timed it on the watch. 17 precious minutes in which David held his grandson, embraced his daughter, and sat beside his wife on their bench, his arm warm around her shoulders. They didn't waste time with questions about the how or why of his presence. Those were mysteries larger than their brief window could contain. Instead, they shared the small, vital news of their lives. Little David's first swim across the pool, Ellie's research breakthroughs, Catherine's decision to retire next year. "Will I see you then?" David asked as the leaves began their telltale dance, signalling his impending departure. "When you have more time?" "Every November 3rd, Catherine promised. "For as long as I can." As David began to fade, little David reached out and placed something in his grandfather's hand, a copper beech leaf, perfectly preserved. "For your time," the boy said seriously. David's smile was the last thing to fade, lingering like the Cheshire Cat's until only the space remained where he had been. Little David seemed untroubled by his grandfather's disappearance, returning to the ducks as if interdimensional visitations were an ordinary part of life. "He sees more than we do," Ellie observed, watching her son. "Children haven't learned the boundaries yet." Catherine nodded, tucking the watch back into her pocket. "Maybe we're unlearning them." That evening, after Ellie and her family had returned to their new home across town, Catherine sat at her kitchen table with her journal open before her. The watch ticked normally beside her, counting ordinary time until next year's extraordinary moment. She wrote, "David came again today, 17 minutes according to the watch, not enough, never enough, but infinitely more than I believed possible a year ago. Ellie thinks she's found a mathematical model for what's happening, something about quantum resonance and memory as a stabilizing force. She's working with a theoretical physicist who believes there are thin places, where different timelines brush against each other, like overlapping ripples in a pond." Little David saw him first. Children understand these things better than we do. They haven't yet built walls between what is and what could be. I used to think grief was the price we pay for love. Now I wonder if it's just a failure of perception, our inability to see beyond the apparent boundaries of reality. Autumn left another book on my porch yesterday. Ancient Greek philosophy this time, all about time being circular rather than linear. There was a pressed flower marking a passage about how everything that has happened is happening somewhere, always. I don't know if that's true for everyone, but I know that somewhere, in another stream of time, David never left for work that October morning. And somewhere else, he found a way to reach across the divide and remind us that love doesn't recognize the boundaries we think exist between life and death, presence and absence now and then. Until next November 3rd, I'll keep the watch close, and I'll remember what David told little David today when he asked where Grandpa goes when he disappears. "I'm just in another room, buddy. A room right next to this one with just a very thin wall between us. And sometimes, if we're very lucky and very patient, we find a little window in that wall. Outside, the wind rose, sending the last leaves of autumn swirling into the darkening sky." Catherine closed her journal and went to the window, watching their dance. Not an ending, she now understood, but a journey to somewhere else, a transformation rather than a loss. The watch ticked steadily in her pocket, counting the moments until the next window opened between worlds. Quarantine Hearts. Livia Cross gripped her carry-on handle until her knuckles whitened as CDC officials in hazmat suits boarded the aircraft. After 20 hours of flying from Geneva, all she wanted was to collapse into her own bed. Instead, she was watching a potential public health crisis unfold in real time. "Ladies and gentlemen, remain calm," announced a woman in full protective gear. "A passenger on this flight has exhibited symptoms consistent with the new Kappa variant. As a precautionary measure, everyone will be escorted to a quarantine facility for observation. Collective groans filled the cabin. Olivia closed her eyes, mentally calculating the reproduction rate of the variant based on the latest data she'd reviewed at the summit. 14 days minimum. She'd need to email her team, reschedule appointments, and request her research files be uploaded to the secure server. Dude! This is insane. Look at this, everyone. I'm literally being quarantined right now. Olivia's eyes snapped open. 3 rows ahead, a man with artfully tousled dark hair was holding his phone aloft, filming the officials while narrating in an excited voice as if he'd won a prize rather than been detained. Harvey Pennington here, coming at you live from what might be the most extreme travel delay of my career. We're being taken to a government facility. Sir, please lower your device, instructed one of the officials. Sorry, the man said, though his apologetic smile suggested the opposite. Just documenting history. My 3 million followers are going to freak. The journey from JFK to the hastily converted airport hotel was a blur of forms, temperature checks, and the constant backdrop of Harvey Pennington's voice as he charmed every official they encountered. By the time Olivia received her room key, her temples throbbed. Room 718, said the quarantine coordinator. And sir, you're in 720. Olivia's head snapped up. Wait, those are adjoining rooms. All rooms are paired for safety monitoring, the coordinator explained tiredly. The connecting door remains locked, but it allows staff to check on multiple guests efficiently. But, to cross, we're processing 400 passengers. I'm sorry, but room assignments are final. Olivia reluctantly wheeled her suitcase toward the elevator, hyper-aware of Harvey falling into step beside her. So, doctor, huh? Let me guess. Plastic surgery, dermatology? She gave him a withering look. Epidemiology. I track infectious diseases. Whoa! Harvey stepped back dramatically. So this is like, what, a typical Tuesday for you? The elevator doors opened, saving her from responding. Once inside, Harvey immediately pressed the button for their floor, and then every button in between. What are you doing? She snapped. Force of habit, he shrugged. My brother and I always used to... He stopped abruptly, then flashed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Anyway, 14 days. Guess we're going to be neighbours. Olivia silently counted to 10 as the elevator stopped at every single floor. Their rooms were indeed adjacent, the connecting door visible on the far wall of each. After a cursory inspection of her quarters, standard hotel fare with the addition of medical monitoring equipment, Olivia heard a soft knock on the connecting door. Hey neighbour, just checking if this thing opens. It doesn't, she called back curtly, unpacking her laptop. It's locked from both sides. Shame. We could have had adjoining quarantine living rooms. Olivia didn't respond, instead setting up her workspace at the small desk. Through the wall, she could hear him moving about, followed by the unmistakable sound of live streaming. What's up, Pennington Pack? Day 1 of hotel quarantine life and I'm making the best of it. Let me give you the grand tour of my luxurious accommodations, courtesy of the CDC. His voice continued for hours, punctuated by laughter and the occasional sound of furniture being moved. By midnight, Olivia had drafted 3 research emails, organised her digital files, and was attempting to sleep when music began thumping through the wall. She knocked sharply on the connecting door. It's midnight. The music lowered marginally. Sorry, Robot Doctor. Some of us work on content creation at night. Robot Doctor, Olivia fumed silently. Some of us are trying to prevent the next pandemic, she called back. Is that what you were doing in Geneva? His voice came closer to the door. I saw your boarding pass when we were checking in. The fact that he'd noticed such a detail surprised her. Yes, she answered reluctantly. International Pathogen Surveillance Summit. Sounds intense. No wonder you're so focused. She couldn't tell if that was an insult or not. Good night, Mr. Pennington. Harvey, he corrected. And I'd say sweet dreams, but you'd probably prefer efficient ones. Olivia rolled her eyes, but found herself smiling despite her exhaustion. She placed her pillow over her head to muffle the continued low beat of his music and eventually drifted off, dreaming of invisible walls and the spaces between people that no amount of proximity could bridge. By morning, she had established a rigorous schedule. Wake at 6 a.m, exercise using the limited floor space, shower, work until lunch delivery, afternoon conference calls, data analysis, dinner, more work, sleep by 10 p.m, a routine to maintain sanity. Harvey, meanwhile, seemed to exist without any discernible pattern. Some mornings she heard him before dawn, other days there was no sound until afternoon. His meals arrived at irregular intervals, often growing cold while he filmed content or conducted boisterous video calls. On day 3, as Olivia was in the middle of a crucial analysis of Kappa variant mutations, Harvey began what sounded like parkour in his room. She marched to the connecting door. "What on earth are you doing?" 10-minute hotel room workout challenge, he called back breathlessly. "Using furniture as gym equipment. The video's already at 50,000 views. You're going to break something, either hotel property or yourself." "Worried about me, Doc?" She could hear the smile in his voice. "Worried about having to listen to you complain about injuries for the next 11 days. There was a pause, then a thud, followed by a groan. "Are you okay?" she asked, surprised by her own concern. "Just misjudged the distance between the desk and the bed," he admitted. "Maybe you have a point." Olivia pressed her forehead against the cool door. "Do you need medical attention?" "Nah, just bruised my ego, and maybe my hip." He paused. "This quarantine thing is harder than I expected. I'm used to constant movement, new places every few days." Something in his voice, a vulnerability she hadn't heard before, made her soften. "It's about adaptation," she said. "Finding ways to function within constraints. Is that your secret, scheduling everything down to the minute?" "Structure helps maintain normalcy in abnormal situations," Harvey laughed softly. "I haven't done normal in about a decade." Olivia returned to her work, but found herself distracted, wondering what kind of life existed entirely outside the boundaries of routine, and what would drive someone to choose it. On day 5, Olivia's Wi-Fi crashed during a critical video conference with her CDC team. After 20 minutes of futile troubleshooting with hotel IT, she paced her room like a caged animal. A tentative knock came from the connecting door. "Everything okay in robot land?" I can hear you muttering scientific profanities. She sighed heavily. "My internet's down. The back-end system are overwhelmed with all the quarantined guests trying to work remotely." "Ah." There was a pause. "I could share my hotspot. I've got an unlimited international plan." Olivia hesitated. That would actually be tremendously helpful. "Cool. I'll text you the password. What's your number?" She found herself reciting her phone number to a man she'd never actually seen face to face, only glimpsed from a distance on the plane. 2 minutes later, her phone pinged with his network details. "Thank you," she called through the door once she was connected. "No problem. What's the big project anyway? Curing the common cold, eradicating mosquitoes?" "Analysing mutation patterns in the Kappa variant to determine possible transmission vectors." "Okay, that's both terrifying and impressive." His voice was closer now, as if he too were leaning against the door. "So you're one of the people who might actually save the world someday." She laughed softly. "Hardly. I'm just trying to understand viral behaviour so we can predict outbreaks before they happen." Still sounds heroic to me. Meanwhile, I film myself eating weird foods and jumping off tall things for likes. "I doubt that's all you do," she said, surprising herself with the defence of his career. "Yesterday I spent 4 hours editing a video of myself building a fort out of hotel bedding." "And brought joy to, how many followers did you say?" 3 million? There was a pause. Huh. Robot Doctor has a soft spot after all. Stop calling me that, she said, but without heat. I'm just saying different work has different value. Fair enough, Olivia. Hearing her name in his voice created an odd flutter in her chest. What exactly do you do, Harvey? Besides hotel parkour? I travel. Document places most people never see. Started as a backpacker with a GoPro and somehow turned into whatever this is, he sighed. Though lately I've been wondering if any of it matters. What do you mean? I've been to 68 countries, climbed mountains, explored caves, eaten things that made my camera crew gag. But sometimes I think I'm just skimming the surface, collecting places like stamps without really understanding them. The vulnerability in his admission resonated with her. I understand surface skimming. In my field, we're always racing against time, moving from one potential crisis to the next. Sometimes I wonder what I've missed while focusing on microscopic threats. Look at us, having an existential crisis through drywall, Harvey chuckled. Maybe quarantine forces perspective. Or cabin fever, she quipped. Speaking of which, Harvey's voice brightened, I've been brainstorming quarantine activities that don't involve spreadsheets or risk assessments. Any interest in a crossroom challenge? Depends on the challenge. Tonight, creating gourmet meals using only room service ingredients and the coffee maker. I'll judge yours, you judge mine. Olivia surprised herself by laughing. That sounds ridiculous. Exactly. That's the point. We need ridiculous right now. She considered the stack of work awaiting her attention, then glanced at the dismal room service menu. Fine, but nothing involving raw fish. I've seen your videos of extreme sushi challenges. You've watched my videos? He sounded delighted. I may have conducted some background research on my quarantine neighbour. I'm flattered, and now thoroughly intimidated by what my own search results might reveal. That evening they exchanged photos of their culinary creations through the door crack beneath their rooms. Harvey somehow crafted a deconstructed Wellington, using hamburger patties and dinner rolls. Olivia countered with molecular gastronomy dessert, jello dissolved in hot water, then re-solidified around fresh berries. They declared it a tie and agreed to a poetry slam challenge for the following night. Olivia, who hadn't written anything creative since high school, found herself composing verses about microscopic worlds during conference calls. By day 8, they had established a strange routine: work during the day, with occasional text messages about mundane observations or complaints about quarantine life, followed by evening wall talks, where they sat with backs against the connecting door, voices travelling through the thin barrier. It was during one of these sessions that Harvey asked about her work in Sudan, something she had mentioned briefly during a discussion about career paths. You don't have to talk about it here, he added quickly. You got quiet when you mentioned it earlier. Olivia traced patterns on the carpet with her finger. It was 3 years ago, an outbreak of a hemorrhagic fever in a displaced persons camp. We had limited resources, limited time. I made a call to quarantine one section of the camp based on early transmission data. And I was wrong. The infection wasn't contained to that sector. It had already spread through the water supply to other areas. While we focused our resources on the quarantined section, people died elsewhere without treatment. Her voice tightened. 27 people, including 11 children. The silence stretched between them. That wasn't your fault, Harvey finally said. You made the best decision you could with the information available. That's what the official report said, too. Doesn't change the outcome. No, but it matters that you were there, trying. Most people run from disasters. You run toward them. She pressed her palms against her eyes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm running toward them or away from everything else. Like what? Normalcy. Relationships. The messiness of everyday life that can't be quantified or contained in data sets. Harvey laughed softly. Meanwhile, I'm literally running from country to country to avoid staying still long enough to think about why I'm running. And why are you? The pause was so long she thought he might not answer. My brother died when I was 19, he finally said, voice uncharacteristically subdued. Tommy was the golden child, straight A's, college scholarship, the whole package. Then one night, aneurysm, just gone. After the funeral, I couldn't stand being in any place that reminded me of him, which was basically everywhere. So I left, kept leaving, turned it into a career. I'm so sorry, Olivia whispered. Yeah, well, we all have our ways of coping, right? Mine just involves more frequent flyer miles and occasional brushes with hypothermia. Is that why you film everything, to keep a record? Maybe. Never really analysed it. He cleared his throat. Tommy used to say I never paid attention to details, always rushing to the next thing. I guess I'm trying to prove him wrong even now, documenting every moment so nothing gets missed. Olivia leaned her head back against the door, acutely aware of him doing the same on the other side. Two people isolated together yet apart, sharing secrets through a wall that suddenly seemed both too solid and too thin. On day 10, Olivia woke with a scratchy throat and slight fever. Protocol dictated immediate reporting, which resulted in additional testing and stricter isolation measures. No leaving her room for any reason, meals left outside her door, medical check-ins via video. By afternoon, her head pounded and every muscle ached. She'd been exposed to countless pathogens in her career, but the possibility that this might be the Kappa variant sent waves of anxiety through her already fevered mind. A text from Harvey lit up her phone. Heard the med team outside your door, you okay? She typed with shaky fingers. Mild symptoms, probably nothing. His response came quickly. Need anything? I can be your quarantine within quarantine supplier. Despite feeling terrible, she smiled. I'm fine, just tired. Hydration is key. Also terrible TV and comfort snacks. Before she could respond, a knock came at her main door. The staff delivering additional monitoring equipment, she assumed. But when she checked through the peephole, the hallway was empty except for a large paper bag. She opened the door cautiously and found an assortment of bottled water, electrolyte drinks, packaged snacks, a thermometer, and what appeared to be cold medication. A note was attached. Bribe the housekeeping staff to deliver this care package. Don't worry, everything is sealed packaged. Take your temperature every 2 hours. Text me the readings. This is not optional. Olivia stared at the collection, oddly moved by the gesture. She carried everything inside and sent him a message. Thank you. You shouldn't have risked contact with my door, please. I've built immunity by eating street food in 27 countries. Throughout the day, he texted regularly, asking for temperature updates and symptom changes. When she admitted to chills despite the room's heat, another knock came at her door. This time she found a stack of extra blankets with a note. Fort building materials that double as fever management. By evening her fever had peaked. The medical team conducted a video assessment and determined she likely had a standard flu rather than the variant, but would continue monitoring. The news should have relieved her, but instead, alone in her room with darkness falling, anxiety tightened around her chest like a vice. What if they were wrong? What if she'd been exposed to something else entirely during her work in Geneva? The possibilities multiplied in her fevered mind, each worse than the last. Her breath came in short gasps as panic took hold. A text illuminated her phone. Wall check. You awake? She couldn't bring herself to respond. The room seemed to be closing in, her breathing fast and shallow. Olivia? Harvey's voice came through the connecting door. Your light's still on. Can you come to the wall? She managed to drag herself from the bed to the door, leaning heavily against it. I'm here, she said, voice raspy. You sound terrible. Have you taken the meds I sent?" "Yes." She slid down to sit on the floor back against the door, drawing her knees to her chest. "It's not that, it's..." She tried to inhale deeply, but couldn't get enough air. "Are you having trouble breathing?" His voice sharpened with concern. "Not physically." She closed her eyes, embarrassed. "It's anxiety. Happens sometimes." "Ah." There was a rustling sound as he settled against his side of the door. "Okay, breathe with me. In through your nose, count of 4, hold for 7. Out through your mouth, count of 8. His voice was steady, calming. She followed his instructions, focusing on the counts rather than the spiral of worst-case scenarios. "Good," he encouraged after several cycles. Again. Gradually her breathing steadied. The tight band around her chest loosened. "Thank you," she murmured. "I don't usually fall apart like that." "Everyone falls apart sometimes, even robot doctors." She laughed weakly. "I'm starting to hate that nickname less. I'll take that as progress." There was a smile in his voice. "Want me to keep talking? Might help you sleep." "Well, what would you talk about?" "I could tell you about the time I got lost in the Cambodian jungle for 3 days, or about the northern lights in Iceland. I've never seen anything like them." "Tell me about the lights," she said, settling more comfortably against the door. His voice took on a different quality, softer, more reflective, as he described vast skies painted with green and blue ribbons of light that seemed to dance to some cosmic music. He spoke of the profound silence of the snow-covered landscape, the way the cold air crystallized breath into miniature clouds, the feeling of being simultaneously insignificant and connected to something immense. Olivia closed her eyes, letting his words create images in her mind. When he paused, she murmured, "Keep going." "You know what's strange?" he said. "I've shown that footage to millions of viewers, but this is the first time I've really tried to describe what it felt like to be there. Maybe some experiences defy video documentation. Maybe." He was quiet for a moment. "My brother would have loved Iceland. He was studying astrophysics before. Anyway, he always said that looking at stars was like time travel, seeing light that began its journey millions of years ago. That's beautiful." "Yeah, he was the poetic one, or was quoting something." Harvey cleared his throat. "Speaking of which, I found this poem yesterday that made me think of this situation. Us talking through walls. Want to hear it?" "Sure," she said, surprised and touched that he'd been reading poetry. His voice took on a gentle rhythm as he recited, "We touch each other with the sounds of our voices, and at the edge of where they meet, we build invisible bridges. The simple lines hung in the air between them." "That's lovely," Olivia whispered. "Who wrote it?" There was a pause. "I did. Just now." "You wrote that? Don't sound so shocked." He laughed softly. "I contain multitudes." Warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with her fever. "It's beautiful, Harvey. Get some sleep, Olivia. Text me if you need anything during the night." "I will." She hesitated. "And Harvey, thank you. For mediocre poetry, for seeing me through the wall." By morning, her fever had broken. The test results confirmed standard influenza, and her quarantine would continue as normal. As she sipped the tea, Harvey had somehow convinced room service to le faire. She realised something had fundamentally shifted. The wall between them remained, but somehow they'd found a way to see through it. Day 12 dawned crisp and clear, visible through Olivia's window overlooking the hotel's courtyard. Her flu symptoms had fully subsided, leaving behind a strange sense of anticipation she couldn't quite name. A text from Harvey buzzed on her phone. "Roof access unlocked from 2:04 p.m. for fresh air therapy. Medical staff supervised." Interested. Olivia stared at the message. The prospect of leaving her room sent a jolt of excitement through her, followed immediately by anxiety. It would mean facing Harvey in person, something that suddenly seemed more intimidating than addressing a conference hall of infectious disease experts. Hesitating? Came another text. After sharing existential crises and late-night poetry, surely seeing my actual face isn't that scary. She smiled despite herself. I'll be there. At precisely 2:15, Olivia stepped onto the hotel rooftop, instantly overwhelmed by the sensation of open space after nearly 2 weeks of confinement. The December air was brisk but refreshing against her skin. Medical staff in masks stood at discreet distances, monitoring the handful of quarantined guests who had been approved for roof access. Olivia, she turned toward the voice, so familiar yet different without the wall between them. Harvey stood a few feet away, wearing a surgical mask like everyone else, but his eyes crinkled above it in what was clearly a smile. "You're taller than I expected," she said, immediately regretting the awkward greeting. He laughed. "And you're exactly as I pictured, except for the CDC sweatshirt. Somehow I imagined you in a lab coat at all times." "I save that for special occasions," she replied dryly. "Shall we?" He gestured toward the perimeter of the roof where a walking path had been marked with tape. They fell into step beside each other, maintaining the recommended 6-foot distance. The city sprawled before them, a landscape of glass and steel under winter sunlight. "Strange, isn't it?" Harvey said after a moment. "I feel like I know you better than people I've spent years with, but this is the first time we've actually talked face to face." "Technology creates intimacy without proximity," Olivia observed. "In my field, we've conducted life-saving interventions over satellite phones with people we never meet." "Always the scientist," he said, visible in his eyes. "But this is different. We're not just disembodied voices. We share a wall." "Shared," she corrected. 2 more days and we'll be cleared to leave." Something flickered in his expression. "Right, back to real life." They completed a lap in silence, each absorbed in thoughts of what real life meant after their strange shared isolation. "Look," Harvey pointed suddenly to a corner of the roof where the hotel staff had strung a modest display of Christmas lights, twinkling against the afternoon sky. "Someone's trying to create holiday atmosphere in Quarantine Central." "It's nice," Olivia said, surprised to find she meant it. "I'd almost forgotten about Christmas. What would you normally be doing this time of year?" She considered. "Working, most likely. I usually volunteer for holiday shifts so colleagues with families can take time off." "No family obligations of your own?" "My parents retired to Arizona. We do a video call on Christmas morning." She shrugged. "It's never been a big production for me." "Mine either, since Tommy." He gestured vaguely. "The first few years I made sure to be climbing a mountain or diving a reef over the holidays. Harder to feel the absence when you're in completely unfamiliar territory. And now? Now I do Christmas specials on the channel. Harvey's Holiday Adventures. Very festive. Lots of fairy lights and local traditions." His tone was light but didn't quite mask the underlying melancholy. They reached the Christmas lights display. Someone had placed a small bench beneath them, creating a pocket of unexpected charm in the utilitarian space. "Shall we?" Harvey gestured to the bench. "Is that allowed?" Olivia glanced at the medical staff. "I checked earlier. As long as we maintain distance and keep masks on except for drinking water." They sat at opposite ends of the bench, the twinkling lights casting a gentle glow above them. A medical staff member approached with small bottles of water, then retreated to her position. "To unexpected connections," Harvey said, raising his water bottle in a toast. Olivia tapped her bottle against his. "To walls that become bridges." He looked at her with surprise. "You remembered my terrible poem." "It wasn't terrible." She lowered her mask briefly to sip water. "It was honest." Harvey studied her for a long moment. "You know what I've been thinking about these past few days? How easy it was to tell you things I've never told anyone, not even my millions of followers. How strange that the most real connection I've had in years happened through a wall during forced isolation. There's something freeing about constraints, Olivia said. Parameters create clarity, like controlled laboratory conditions. Always the scientist, he repeated, but fondly this time. It's how I make sense of the world. She hesitated. Including whatever this is between us. And what is your analysis to cross? She took a deep breath. That proximity without physical presence created an accelerated emotional intimacy. That shared stress, the quarantine, bonded us in ways that might not have happened under normal circumstances. Very clinical, he noted. What about your non-scientific conclusion? Olivia met his gaze. But I'm going to miss talking to you through that wall. The admission hung between them, more revealing than she'd intended. I got a call this morning, Harvey said suddenly. A major travel channel wants to sponsor a series in Tokyo. 6-month contract starts immediately after quarantine lifts. That sounds like an amazing opportunity, she said, ignoring the sinking feeling in her chest. It is. He looked down at his water bottle. I also heard you mention a Brazil assignment during your work call yesterday. Sounded important. Potential new variant monitoring. She twisted the cap on her bottle. The WHO and CDC are establishing a joint task force. They want me to head the field research team. Of course they do. You're brilliant at what you do. The compliment warmed her, despite the circumstances. So are you. Professional adventurer. He laughed without humour. Not exactly saving lives. You connect people to places they might never see, experiences they might never have. She surprised herself with the conviction in her voice. Your work has value, Harvey. He looked at her then, really looked at her, with an intensity that made her breath catch. 2 days left, he said quietly. What happens when the walls come down completely? Before she could answer, a medical staff member approached. Time to rotate, please. Other guests are waiting for the roof access. They stood reluctantly, walking toward the exit where stairs would lead them back to their separate rooms. Olivia, Harvey said as they reached the door, would you have dinner with me tonight? Still separated by our wall, but intentionally together. Yes, she said without hesitation. I'd like that. That evening they positioned their room service tables against the connecting door, creating the illusion of a shared meal despite the barrier between them. Harvey had somehow convinced the kitchen to prepare dishes not on the regular menu, a small act of rebellion against their constrained circumstances. As they talked, Olivia realised she was memorising details, the cadence of his laugh, the way his voice softened when speaking of things that mattered to him, storing them against the inevitable separation to come. I have something for you, Harvey said suddenly. Can you open your connecting door lock? I'll do the same on my side. Are we allowed to do that? Probably not. But what are they going to do, extend our quarantine? Olivia hesitated, then turned the small lock on her side of the door. She heard him do the same. Okay, now what? Now we open them simultaneously on 3. 1, 2, 3. They each pulled their doors open, revealing the narrow space between, still separated by a final barrier neither could open, the hotel's central locking mechanism. But the space was enough. Through the 6-inch gap, Olivia could see Harvey, clearly for the first time without masks or distance between them. His eyes were even more expressive up close, crinkled at the corners from years of smiling. Hi, he said simply. Hi, she echoed, suddenly shy. I wanted to see you properly, just once. He pushed a small package through the gap, and to give you this. Olivia unwrapped the parcel to find a small leather journal. Inside, on the first page, he had written the poem he'd recited during her fever night, along with a sketch of 2 rooms with a wall between them, bridged by sound waves shaped like words. Harvey, this is something to remember our quarantine by, he finished, when we're on opposite sides of the world. Without thinking, she reached through the gap. He met her halfway, their fingers intertwining in the liminal space between rooms. "We should close these before someone checks the electronic locks," she said reluctantly. He nodded, but didn't let go of her hand. "Olivia, I..." The sound of a keycard in her main door made them both jump. They quickly withdrew their hands and closed the connecting doors just as a staff member entered with monitoring equipment. Later, lying awake in bed, Olivia touched her fingers where they had held his, wondering how a connection formed through walls could feel more real than any relationship she'd had in years of normal life. The final morning of quarantine arrived with a flurry of activity. Final health checks, paperwork, instructions for post-quarantine monitoring. Olivia packed methodically, her scientific mind focused on logistics while her emotions remained carefully compartmentalized. A text from Harvey appeared. Breakfast wall talk. One last time, she positioned herself against the connecting door, acutely aware it might be their final conversation like this. "I'm here. All packed." His voice came through, sounding falsely cheerful. Nearly. "You?" "Travel light. Move fast. It's my motto. The less you carry, the farther you can go." She smiled despite the heaviness in her chest. Spoken like a true nomad. "Olivia!" There was a weight to his voice. "About Tokyo. I haven't given them my answer yet." Her heart stuttered. "Why not? It's an incredible opportunity." "Because for the first time, I'm not sure I want to run." His voice lowered. "What if I'm tired of skimming surfaces? What if I want to go deeper somewhere, with someone?" Hope flared within her, quickly tempered by practicality. "We've lived in an artificial environment, Harvey. Reality is different." "Is it? Because I've spent 10 years out there in reality, and none of it felt as real as talking to you through this door." She pressed her palm against the wood separating them. "I leave for Brazil in 3 days." "I know." He paused. "I'm not asking you to change your plans. Your work is too important. I'm just saying, what if there's a middle way between your structured life and my chaotic one?" A knock at her main door interrupted them, the staff coming to escort her out. It was time. "I have to go," she said quickly. "They're here. Olivia." "Goodbye, Harvey." She stood, gathering her resolve along with her luggage. "Thank you for everything." The next hour passed in a blur of procedures. Guests were being released in staggered intervals to prevent crowding. Olivia didn't see Harvey among those leaving with her group. Outside, the winter air felt startlingly fresh after 2 weeks of recycled hotel atmosphere. A CDC colleague had arranged for a car to take her directly to her apartment. As she settled into the back seat, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Dr. Cross, this is Samuel Way from WHO Global Response Team. We're finalising the Brazil assignment roster and need your equipment requirements by end of day. Work. Reality." The bubble of quarantine was already dissolving around her. At her apartment, everything looked exactly as she'd left it 3 weeks ago. Neat, organised, impersonal. She unpacked systematically, placing each item in its designated space, trying not to think about messy hotel room workouts and improvised gourmet meals. She opened her laptop to compose the equipment list for Brazil when her phone rang. "Dr. Cross speaking." "It's me." Harvey's voice, without the wall between them, sounded different. Clearer, but somehow more distant. "I felt like I should call you. Hope that's okay." "It's fine," she said, gripping the phone tightly. "How are you?" "Weird. Everything feels weird. Too much space, too quiet." She smiled despite herself. "I thought you'd be celebrating your freedom." "I'm sitting in a rental car in the hotel parking lot, actually. Can't seem to make myself drive away." He paused. "I keep thinking about what you said, that we experienced accelerated intimacy due to shared stress and constraints." It's a well-documented psychological phenomenon, she replied automatically. Always the scientist. The fondness in his voice made her chest ache. But what if it's more than that? What if the walls didn't create our connection but revealed it? Stripped away all the distractions and pretenses? Olivia closed her eyes. Harvey, I turned down Tokyo, he interrupted. 5 minutes after they released me, I called and declined. Her breath caught. Why would you do that? Because I'm tired of running. Because for the first time since Tommy died, I found something, someone, I don't want to run from. His voice grew determined. I'm not asking you to change your plans. Your work matters. But I had this crazy thought. What if I came to Brazil? What? Not to intrude on your work, he added quickly, but to document it. The WHO has been wanting more public engagement on global health initiatives. I pitched them a documentary series on pandemic prevention efforts, featuring the real heroes, scientists like you. Hope fluttered in her chest. Wild, uncontainable, and? They're interested. Very interested, actually. Especially when I mentioned I had connections with a brilliant epidemiologist leading the Brazil team. She laughed, a sound of pure, uncomplicated joy. You're serious? Completely. Look, I know it's vast and probably crazy, and maybe once we're in normal life, without walls between us, this won't work. But I want to find out. Olivia thought of her carefully structured life, her controlled environments, her measured responses to all things. Then she thought of poetry through walls and Christmas lights on a quarantine rooftop. What time is your flight to Brazil? She asked. I haven't booked it yet. Wanted to talk to you first. She took a deep breath. My flight leaves Wednesday morning, JFK. If you're serious about this documentary idea, you should probably be on it. The silence on the other end lasted so long she wondered if they'd been disconnected. Harvey? I'm here, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Just processing that the methodical Dr. Cross is actually suggesting we fly to another continent together after knowing each other for 2 weeks. 13 days and approximately 7 hours, she corrected. And yes, I am. Sometimes data presents an unmistakable conclusion, even when it defies conventional analysis. And what conclusion is that? She smiled, tracing the outline of the journal he'd given her, that some walls aren't meant to divide, but to reveal what matters. Hold that thought, he said suddenly. Don't move. 20 minutes later, a knock came at her apartment door. Through the peephole she saw Harvey standing in her hallway, slightly out of breath, as if he'd run the whole way. When she opened the door, there was no wall between them, no masks, no distance, no barriers of any kind. Just two people who had found connection in isolation, now facing the vastness of possibility together. Hi, he said simply. Hi, she echoed, suddenly shy. I realised I never actually answered your question about what happens when the walls come down. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. I think what happens is this. His kiss was gentle at first, a question she answered by drawing him closer. All the words they'd exchanged through walls, all the thoughts they'd shared in the strange intimacy of separation, converged in this moment of actual contact. When they finally broke apart, Harvey rested his forehead against hers. So, Brazil? Olivia smiled. Brazil, but with one condition. Name it. No hotel room parkour. His laughter filled the space around them. Open, boundless, free. The makeshift clinic in rural Brazil hummed with activity as medical personnel moved efficiently between stations, administering vaccines to the local population. In one corner, Harvey adjusted his camera, capturing footage of community health workers explaining prevention measures to a group of village elders. Olivia watched him from across the room, still marvelling at how naturally he'd integrated into her world. The documentary series, Invisible Frontlines, had exceeded all expectations, bringing global attention to the critical work of field epidemiologists and the communities they served. Dr. Cross, a young researcher, approached. The new test results are in. The modified protocol is showing a 60% improvement in early detection rates. Excellent, Olivia replied, reviewing the data. Let's implement it across all regional centres immediately. Once alone, she checked her phone, smiling at the notification. 5 million views on yesterday's episode. Harvey's ability to translate complex scientific concepts into compelling human stories had created a platform for public health education unlike anything before it. Later that evening, they sat on the porch of their rented house watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. I had a call from the network today, Harvey said, lacing his fingers through hers. They want to expand the series, Europe, Asia, wherever the next health challenge emerges. More travelling, she asked, thinking of their current rhythm. 3 months in the field, 1 month in New York, repeat. Yes, but with a home base. They're offering a research stipend that would allow us to establish a permanent monitoring station, somewhere we could return to between assignments. She looked at him, this man who had once defined himself by constant motion, now speaking of roots. You'd want that? Something permanent? With you? Yes. He traced the lines of her palm. Turns out having somewhere, someone to come home to makes all the different landscapes richer. Olivia thought of the walls that had first separated them, now transformed into the foundations of something enduring. Where would this home base be? Wherever you want. The work is global. We can anchor it anywhere. She considered his offer, the scientist in her weighing variables, the woman in her knowing the answer had nothing to do with data. I once told you that structure helps maintain normalcy in abnormal situations, she said. But you've taught me that sometimes the structures we need most aren't schedules or routines. No, she shook her head. They're a connection. Bridges between different worlds. He smiled, understanding her meaning. So, Dr. Cross, are you accepting this joint research proposal? Under a sky full of stars, thousands of miles from where they'd first met through a wall that both divided and connected them, Olivia made the easiest decision of her life. Not because it was logical or data supported, but because some conclusions transcended analysis. Yes, she said simply, I accept. And in that moment, they were neither running toward danger nor away from pain, but simply standing still together in a world without walls. The end. When lightning strikes. The sky above western Kansas darkened to a shade of bruised plum that made Calrone's pulse quicken. He stood beside his modified Chevy Tahoe, the vehicle's white exterior adorned with weather radar equipment and the decals of various meteorological research institutions. The wind tugged at his weathered baseball cap, threatening to reveal the early silver strands hiding among his dark hair. Barometric pressures dropping like a stone, he muttered, eyes fixed on the portable weather station's display. His voice carried the gravelly texture of someone who spent more time watching clouds than engaging in small talk. Sammy, his tech specialist, nodded from behind 3 laptop screens arranged on a folding table anchored by sandbags. Dew point's at 72, wind shear's increasing, this baby's gonna rotate. Cal's team moved with the practiced precision of soldiers. No wasted movements, no unnecessary words, just the quiet beeps of equipment and the occasional crackle of radio communication with other chasers in the area. This was Cal's church, his sanctuary, the open plains where science met raw power, where equations translated into visible, magnificent destruction. EF3 potential, Cal said, his finger tracing the radar image. Maybe stronger if this inflow jet intensifies. The sky above shifted, a subtle change only visible to those who'd spent decades learning its language. Cal felt a familiar ache in his chest. Noah would have loved this storm. His younger brother had always been the more enthusiastic of the two, the one who'd dash out of the car first, camera ready, laughing into the wind while Cal meticulously recorded wind speeds and pressure gradients. "Cal," Sammy called, breaking his reverie. The university teams arrived. Cal turned, mouth already set in a frown. The last thing he needed was some academic tourists slowing them down. He'd agreed to the arrangement primarily for the grant money it would bring to fund new equipment. What he saw approaching was exactly what he'd feared. A fresh-faced woman in a bright blue windbreaker that looked like it had never seen actual weather, her chestnut hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She extended her hand with a smile wide enough to power a small city. "Marin Oakes, Atmospheric Sciences from University of Oklahoma. Thank you for letting me join your team." Cal shook her hand briefly, noting the surprising calluses on her palm, not entirely the academic's hands he'd expected. "Cal Rowan, we move fast, stay out of the way. Don't touch the equipment." Rather than wilting under his curtness, she smiled wider. "I brought snacks, homemade trail mix with extra chocolate for the long drives, and I've packed emergency medical kits for each vehicle." Cal stared at her, then at the heavy backpack she carried in addition to her research equipment. "This isn't the Red Cross, Ms. Oakes. We chase storms. We don't rescue people." "Actually, it's Marin, and I spent 3 years with the Red Cross before starting my PhD," she replied, her smile never faltering though her eyes hardened slightly. "Figured both skills might come in handy. You know, observing destructive forces of nature and actually helping those affected by them." Sammy winced audibly from behind his computers, clearly expecting Cal's typical burst of temper. Instead, Cal just turned away, focusing on the horizon, where the first lightning bolts were beginning to trace jagged paths across the darkening sky. "You've got 5 minutes to get your gear stowed," he said. "We're moving north to intercept." Marin didn't waste time arguing. She efficiently packed her belongings into the middle row of Cal's Tahoe, slipping a small notebook into her pocket and checking a handheld anemometer. "So, what's your thesis about?" Sammy asked, trying to ease the tension. As they pulled onto the county highway, Cal's eyes fixed on the storm structure building ahead. "Human-centered severe weather response systems," Marin replied. "I'm examining how the gap between meteorological prediction and community action can be bridged more effectively." Cal snorted. "In English, please." Marin leaned forward between the seats. "I want to know why people still die in tornadic events that are successfully predicted. The science is getting better every year, but the death toll isn't dropping proportionally. There's a disconnect." Despite himself, Cal found her observation accurate. He'd seen it hundreds of times. Perfect forecasts, timely warnings, and still fatalities. He'd blamed it on human stubbornness, on the refusal to heed warnings. "People don't listen," he said flatly. "Or maybe we're not speaking their language," Marin countered. Before Cal could formulate a response, the radio crackled to life. "Funnel cloud spotted 3 miles northeast of Coldwater," came the staticky voice of another chaser. Cal pressed the accelerator, his eyes gleaming with the reflected lightning. Behind him, Marin braced herself against the door, her own gaze equally transfixed by the approaching storm. "First rule," Cal said suddenly, "you don't endanger the team. Ever." Marin nodded, her expression serious. "Agreed. And in return, we remember why we're doing this. Not just for the data, but for the people in its path." Cal didn't answer, but something in his jaw tightened, as he guided the vehicle toward the churning mass of clouds that seemed to be reaching down from the heavens, searching for Earth to touch. The storm was forming, and not just the one outside their windshield. 6 days and 3 storm systems later, Cal stood in the parking lot of a roadside motel in western Oklahoma, watching Marin demonstrate what she called her human barometer dance to Tommy, their youngest team member. She stood with arms outstretched, swaying slightly with her eyes closed. "I can feel the drop," she insisted, her face tilted toward the sky. "It's in my sinuses, like a tuning fork for weather." Tommy laughed. "That's not science." "It absolutely is," Marin argued, opening one eye. "Barometric pressure affects the human body in measurable ways. I'm just particularly sensitive to it." She pointed to Cal without looking at him. "He feels it too. Look at how he keeps rolling his shoulder. Old injury acts up before a major pressure drop." Cal instinctively stopped the unconscious movement of his shoulder, irritated that she'd noticed what even his long-time crew members hadn't. "We're wasting daylight," he called, turning toward the vehicles. "Nowhere's showing a developing supercell near Weatherford." As they loaded up, Marin approached him with a satellite map. "I think we should head further south," she said, pointing to a different cell formation. "The wind patterns here suggest stronger rotation potential, and there's a higher moisture content." Cal examined her analysis, reluctantly impressed. Her intuition was unorthodox, but her data was solid. Still, he shook his head. "We follow the established models. They're predictable." "Weather isn't supposed to be predictable," Marin countered. "That's what makes it weather. The most accurate forecasting includes human observation and intuition alongside computer models." "Intuition gets people killed," Cal said flatly. Marin stepped closer, her voice lowering. "So does rigidity. When's the last time you trusted your gut over your gadgets, Cal?" The question struck too close to his carefully constructed walls. The last time he'd trusted his gut, he'd chased the wrong storm. He'd left Noah with the secondary team to track what Cal had deemed a less significant system. Noah's last radio transmission still played in Cal's nightmares. "This one's strengthening, Cal. You should see this structure. It's beautiful." "Get in the truck," Cal said, turning away from her. Hours later, they sat trapped in a small-town diner as hail the size of golf balls pounded the parking lot. Cal's chosen storm had fizzled out, while the system Marin had identified had intensified into a rotating supercell, just as she'd predicted. "Sometimes the atmosphere doesn't read the textbooks," Marin said gently, sliding into the booth across from him. "That's why we need both approaches, your precise modelling and my..." She waggled her fingers mysteriously. "Spidey senses." Despite himself, Cal's mouth twitched. "You got lucky." "Maybe," she conceded. "Or maybe there's value in both our methods." She pushed a mug of coffee toward him. "You know, you're the Cal Rowan, the man who accurately predicted the El Reno formation 12 minutes before any computer model. That wasn't just science, that was instinct." Cal stared at her. "How do you know about that?" "I've read all your papers. Your early work especially before you became so..." She searched for the word. "Algorithmic." Cal shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, which seemed to see through the carefully constructed fortress of data and distance he'd built around himself. "What happened?" she asked softly. "What made you stop trusting yourself?" The diner lights flickered as another barrage of hail hit the roof. Cal found himself speaking before he could stop the words. "My brother died in the Wakita outbreak of 2016. Marin's expression softened, but to his surprise there was no pity there, just quiet understanding. "I know. I read about it when researching your work. Noah Rowan, right? He was following the second cell." "I told him it was nothing," Cal said, his voice rough. "I was so sure. And since then, you only trust what the machines tell you." Marin finished for him. But Cal, machines don't chase storms. People do, and people need to understand other people to save them. Outside, the hail stopped suddenly, the silence almost deafening after the constant bombardment. Through the window, Cal could see the sky turning an unnatural shade of green. "We need to move," he said, standing abruptly. "That's wall cloud formation." As they rushed to the vehicles, Marin keeping pace easily beside him, Cal felt something shift inside him, like the change in atmospheric pressure before a storm, subtle but significant. For the first time in years, he allowed himself to feel the weather rather than just analyze it. The heaviness in the air, the strange stillness, the way the wind changed direction. "Head east on Route 33, he told Sammy, who looked surprised at the deviation from their planned route. "The models show," Sammy began. "I know what they show," Cal interrupted, "but this system is building differently. Trust me," and he caught Marin's small smile from the passenger seat. "What?" he asked gruffly. "Nothing," she said, checking her equipment. "Just nice to meet Cal Rowan, Storm Chaser instead of Cal Rowan, walking weather algorithm." As they crested a hill, the full structure of the supercell came into view, a massive rotating cathedral of clouds backlit by the setting sun in brilliant oranges and purples. Beside him, Marin's breath caught audibly. "My God," she whispered, "it's perfect." And despite everything, Cal found himself smiling, not at the storm, magnificent as it was, but at the reflection of it in Marin's wide eyes, where science and wonder danced together without contradiction. The night sky over western Texas sprawled above them, a velvet tapestry punctuated by stars that seemed close enough to touch. Cal sat on the hood of his Tahoe, nursing a lukewarm coffee and watching Marin calibrate a small weather balloon by the light of a headlamp. "You're going to love this," she insisted, not looking up from her work. "It's a prototype from my lab. Besides standard measurements, it records electrical field intensity through the cloud layers." "And that helps warn people how?" Cal asked, though with less skepticism than he might have used a week ago. Marin secured a sensor with surprising dexterity. "Lightning patterns change before tornado genesis. If we can identify those changes earlier, we gain precious minutes of warning time." She glanced up at him. Minutes that save lives. 2 weeks into their storm-chasing partnership, Cal found himself increasingly drawn into Marin's orbit. Her approach to meteorology was unlike anyone he'd worked with, a seamless blend of rigorous science and human-centered application that challenged his clinical detachment. "Ready?" she asked, holding up the balloon. Cal nodded, setting down his coffee to help. Their hands brushed as they released the instrument, and Cal found himself acutely aware of the brief contact. The balloon rose quickly, disappearing into the darkness above. "Now we wait," Marin said, hopping up to sit beside him on the hood. "The data streams to my tablet." They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that had become increasingly common between them. Cal stole a glance at her profile illuminated by starlight. She was nothing like he'd expected when she'd first arrived with her bright jacket and cheerful demeanour. Beneath that sunshine exterior was a mind as sharp as any he'd encountered, paired with a compassion that somehow didn't compromise her scientific rigour. "You know," she said, breaking the silence, "most people think storm chasing is just adrenaline junkies with cameras. They don't understand the science, the predictive models, the atmospheric physics involved." "Most people run from storms, not toward them," Cal pointed out. Marin laughed, the sound carrying across the empty plains. "That's because they don't see what we see. They don't understand the architecture of a supercell, the beautiful complexity of air masses interacting." "Architecture," Cal repeated, finding the word surprisingly apt. "I've never heard it described that way." "That's because you think in data points and probabilities," she said, nudging his shoulder with hers. "I think in structures and systems. And people," Cal added quietly. "Yes," she acknowledged. "Always people?" She turned to face him directly. "Yeah, did you want to be before you became a storm chaser?" The question caught him off guard. "An architect, actually," he admitted, surprising himself with the confession. "I used to sketch buildings as a kid." Maren's face lit up. "See? You do understand structure. You're just applying it to something more ephemeral than buildings." The tablet between them beeped, displaying readings from the weather balloon. Maren leaned closer to Cal as they both studied the numbers. "Look at this electrical field measurement," she said, pointing to a graph. "It's fluctuating in a pattern I've only seen in pre-tornadic environments." Cal examined the data, impressed despite himself. "This could change early warning systems if you can establish a consistent correlation." "That's the plan," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. "Combine this with your ground-level pressure mapping, and we might gain critical lead time." Something about the way she automatically included his work alongside hers, as if their approaches were complementary rather than contradictory, warmed him in a way he hadn't felt in years. "I've been meaning to ask," he said. "Why tornadoes? Why not hurricanes or flash floods?" Maren's expression grew more serious. "I was volunteering with disaster relief after an EF4 hit a small community in Missouri. A woman grabbed my hand as we were clearing debris from what had been her home. She told me her husband had died because their shelter was too far from the house, and by the time the warning came through, they couldn't reach it safely." She paused, looking up at the stars. She said, "If only we'd had 5 more minutes." 5 minutes, Cal. That's all it would have taken to save a life. The weight of her words settled between them. Cal thought of Noah, of the minutes that might have saved him, of the warning Cal might have given if he'd trusted his instincts over the computer models. "What about you?" Maren asked. "What keeps you chasing?" Cal could have given his standard answer about scientific advancement or the pursuit of better predictive models. Instead, he found himself speaking truth. "I'm looking for answers," he said quietly. "Why some storms turn deadly while others with similar signatures dissipate. For why we can track everything from wind shear to barometric pressure and still miss the one storm that—" He trailed off, unable to finish. "That takes someone you love," Maren completed softly. Cal nodded, throat tight. "Science doesn't have all the answers," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "That's why we need both, the data and the human element." The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the moment. A weather spotter was reporting wall cloud formation 30 miles southwest. Simultaneously, Maren's tablet displayed a sudden spike in the weather balloon's readings. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. Within moments, they were packed up and back on the road, heading toward the developing storm. Cal drove while Maren coordinated with the rest of the team by radio, her voice clear and authoritative as she relayed coordinates and data points. As the first flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, Cal realized something had fundamentally shifted in him. For the first time since Noah's death, the chase wasn't just about collecting data or proving theories. It wasn't even about redemption anymore. It was about possibility, the possibility that science and humanity didn't have to be separated, that precision and compassion could coexist, that maybe, just maybe, there was room in his life for both the storm and the shelter from it. The motel room door slammed behind them, cutting off the howling wind outside. Maren shook water from her hair while Cal dropped their equipment bags by the heater, both of them soaked to the skin from the sudden downpour. "Well, that escalated quickly," Maren said, peeling off her drenched jacket. "I've never seen a shelf cloud form that fast." Cal nodded, trying not to notice how her wet t-shirt clung to her shoulders. The atmospheric instability was extraordinary, perfect ingredients for rapid development. Outside, thunder cracked loud enough to rattle the windows. The power flickered once, twice, then stabilized. They'd been forced to take shelter when the supercell they'd been tracking had suddenly accelerated, the approaching hail making further pursuit too dangerous. Only motel for 50 miles, and only one room left, Marin said with a wry smile. "The universe has a sense of humour." "I'll take the floor," Cal said automatically. Marin rolled her eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. That bed is the size of Rhode Island. We're adults, not teenagers at prom." Cal couldn't argue with her logic, though the thought of sharing a bed with Marin, even in the most innocent of circumstances, made him more nervous than standing beneath a rotating mesocyclone. 3 weeks of working together had created a tension between them that had nothing to do with weather, and everything to do with the way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't noticing. "I'll check the radar," he said, opening his laptop to avoid further discussion of sleeping arrangements. Marin disappeared into the bathroom and emerged minutes later in dry clothes, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. "Any changes?" Cal shook his head, focused on the screen. "It stalled over Mayfield. They're going to get hammered." Marin came to stand behind him, leaning over his shoulder to see the radar image. The clean scent of hotel soap mingled with something uniquely her own, making it difficult for Cal to concentrate on the storm data. "See how the hook echo is tightening," she pointed out. "Classic tornadic signature." "I've been tracking storms for 15 years, Marin. I know what a hook echo looks like," he said, more sharply than intended. She straightened, stepping back. "Of course you do. Sorry." Cal immediately regretted his tone. "No, I'm sorry. It's been a long day." Marin sat on the edge of the bed, unwrapping the towel to comb through her damp hair. "Can I ask you something personal?" Cal closed the laptop, sensing this wasn't a conversation he could avoid with weather data. "Depends how personal. When was the last time you let someone get close to you? And I don't mean physically." The question hung in the air between them, as charged as the atmosphere before a lightning strike. Cal considered deflecting, but something about the storm raging outside and the warmth of the small room broke down his usual defences. "Not since Noah died," he admitted. "It's easier to focus on the science. Data doesn't leave. It doesn't die." Marin's expression softened. "People aren't data points, Cal. We're messy and unpredictable, and sometimes we make bad calls. But we're also the only ones who understand what it means to stand in awe of something as powerful as a supercell." "Is that why you do this?" Cal asked. "For the awe?" "Partly," she acknowledged. "Mostly because I believe knowledge without application is wasted. What good is understanding atmospheric science if we don't use it to protect people?" She set down her comb, looking directly at him. "What happened to your brother was tragic, but it wasn't your fault." "I made the call," Cal said, his voice rough. "I split the team. I sent him to track what I thought was the weaker system." "Based on the best data you had at the time," Marin countered. "The same way you make every call, with the information available to you in that moment." Cal stood abruptly, moving to the window to watch rain lash against the glass. The data was incomplete. I knew it was incomplete, but I made the call anyway. "That's the reality of our work," Marin said, joining him at the window. "We're always working with incomplete information. The atmosphere is too complex, too chaotic for perfect prediction. That's why we need to trust more than just the numbers. We need to trust our experience, our instincts. My instincts got my brother killed." "No," Marin said firmly. "A tornado killed your brother. A force of nature that we're still learning to understand, even with all our technology and knowledge." Lightning flashed, illuminating her face in stark white light. In that instant, Cal saw something in her expression that broke through the careful walls he'd built. A compassion untainted by pity, an understanding that came from facing her own storms. "What if we're wrong?" he asked quietly. "What if all our chasing, all our data collection, all our warnings still aren't enough to save people?" "Then we keep trying," she said simply. "We keep learning, we keep chasing, because every life we do save matters." The sincerity in her voice reached something long dormant inside him. Without thinking, Cal reached out, brushing a strand of damp hair from her face. Marin went still at his touch, her eyes never leaving his. "You've changed how I see things," he admitted, his voice barely audible above the storm. "Not just the weather. Everything." Marin stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from her. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "I'm still deciding," he said honestly. She smiled, the expression transforming her face. "Fair enough. I'm pretty disruptive, like a warm front meeting a cold one. Creates instability. And potentially severe weather," Cal finished, finding himself smiling back. "Exactly," she agreed. "Dangerous conditions ahead." The warning in her words was belied by the way she leaned slightly toward him, her body language an invitation he hadn't allowed himself to recognize until now. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside this small room, another kind of atmospheric phenomenon was occurring. The slow, inexorable collision of two people who, against all probability, had found each other in the vastness of the plains. When Cal finally kissed her, it felt as inevitable as thunder following lightning, a natural conclusion to the building charge between them. Her lips were soft against his, her hand coming up to rest against his chest where she must have felt his heart beating as wildly as a wind gauge in a hurricane. When they parted, Marin looked up at him with wonder that matched what he felt. "That wasn't in the forecast," she whispered. Cal traced the curve of her cheek with his thumb. Some things even the best models can't predict. For the first time in years, the constant noise in Cal's mind, the data streams, the forecast models, the endless calculations, fell silent. There was just this moment, this woman, and the understanding that some forces of nature couldn't be tracked or measured, only experienced. Sunlight streamed through the cracked windshield of Cal's Tahoe as they drove toward what the National Weather Service was calling potentially historic severe weather. The Oklahoma landscape stretched before them, deceptively peaceful under a morning sky that would, within hours, become a battlefield of colliding air masses. "The Cape values are off the charts," Marin said, studying the atmospheric readings on her tablet. "The instability is perfect for supercell development." Cal nodded, one hand on the wheel, the other holding a thermos of coffee Marin had insisted on brewing before they left. Surface temperatures already at 87, dew points in the low 70s. Classic setup. 6 months had passed since that stormy night in the motel room. 6 months of chasing together, of gradually merging their methods and approaches into something neither had achieved alone. Marin still packed first aid kits in every vehicle. Cal still relied heavily on computer models, but they'd each expanded their perspective, creating a forecasting approach that was more comprehensive than either had used before. Sammy had taken to calling them the perfect storm, Cal's precision and Marin's intuition creating something more powerful than its component parts. Today they would put their combined approach to the test. School district superintendent in Carter County is refusing to dismiss classes early, Marin said, frowning at her phone. Says the forecast is too uncertain. Cal glanced at her profile, noting the determination in her jaw. 6 months ago, he would have shrugged, focused solely on the data collection opportunity the approaching storm system presented. Now, he understood what drove her. "Call him," Cal said decisively. "Put him on speaker." Marin looked surprised, but quickly dialed. When the superintendent answered, Cal introduced himself. "Mr. Ellison, this is Cal Rowan with the Central Plains Storm Research Team. I'm calling to strongly advise you to dismiss your students by noon today." "Mr. Rowan, we have had severe weather warnings before that amounted to nothing," the superintendent replied. "We can't disrupt the school day every time." "Sir," Cal interrupted, "I've been chasing storms for 15 years. I've published 27 peer-reviewed papers on tornadic supercell formation. What's developing right now is not a routine severe weather event. It's potentially catastrophic." There was a pause on the other end. "The TV meteorologists are saying it might not develop until evening." They're wrong, Cal said flatly. The instability is increasing rapidly. We're looking at potential tornado genesis by mid-afternoon, possibly earlier. He caught Marin's approving gaze as he continued. I understand the disruption early dismissal causes, but I'm asking you to consider the alternative. 10 minutes later, Marin ended the call with confirmation that the schools would be closing at noon. She turned to Cal, her expression a mixture of pride and something deeper. That wasn't just about the data, she observed quietly. Cal kept his eyes on the road, watching clouds building on the western horizon. No, it wasn't. They drove in comfortable silence for several miles before Cal spoke again. I've been thinking about what you said when you first joined the team, about the gap between prediction and action. And? Marin prompted. I think you're right. We need both, the science and the human element. Precision without communication is just academic. Marin's smile was like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. Cal Rowan admitting I'm right? The atmosphere must be more unstable than I thought. They crested a hill, and before them stretched the makings of what would indeed become a historic weather event. A massive supercell taking shape, its structure already exhibiting the distinctive overhang of a mesocyclone. Cal pulled over at a perfect vantage point. Within minutes, the team had deployed their instruments, wind gauges, pressure sensors, and Marin's experimental electrical field monitors. But instead of immediately burying himself in readings, Cal stood beside Marin, allowing himself to simply witness the awesome power building before them. It's beautiful, he said softly, and terrible, she added, both at once. As the afternoon progressed, their predictions proved accurate. The storm intensified rapidly, spinning up its first tornado at 2:17 p.m., a slender rope that touched down briefly in an empty field. By 3:45, a more significant circulation had developed, prompting them to call in reports to the National Weather Service, providing ground truth data that supplemented radar observations. When the storm began tracking toward a small community, Cal made a decision that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. Instead of positioning for optimal data collection, he directed the team to set up near the town's main access road. We need to be visible, he explained. People respond to seeing the chase vehicles, the equipment. It makes the threat real. As they parked, locals began approaching, asking questions. Cal watched as Marin spoke with them, explaining the storm's development in terms they could understand, pointing out features visible in the sky that signaled danger. Her expertise, delivered with genuine concern, had an immediate impact. People began calling family members, heading home to shelter. When the tornado warning was issued, Cal activated the emergency sirens he'd installed on his vehicles, another of Marin's suggestions he'd initially resisted as not scientific. The blaring sound carried across the landscape, reinforcing the urgency of the official warnings. As the wall cloud lowered, exhibiting rapid rotation, Cal found himself doing something he hadn't done since Noah died. He began warning people directly, flagging down passing cars, directing them towards shelter. The tornado that eventually formed was a monster, a mile-wide EF4 that would have leveled the town had it tracked just 3 miles east. As it was, damage was limited to farm structures and power lines. No lives were lost. Hours later, as sunset painted the now clearing sky in shades of amber and rose, Cal and Marin sat on the tailgate of his Tahoe, watching the storm's departure. "We did good today," Marin said, leaning against his shoulder. Cal nodded, his arms slipping around her waist. "We did." "The superintendent called," she told him. "Said he's never seen such an organised evacuation. Thanked us for the warning." A feeling of peace settled over Cal, not the cold detachment he'd cultivated for years, but something warmer and more complete. He'd spent so long running from the pain of Noah's death, burying himself in data and distance, that he'd forgotten why he'd started chasing storms in the first place, to understand them, yes, but ultimately to protect people from their fury. "I've been thinking," he said, turning to face Marin directly, "about your research on bridging the gap between forecast and action." "What about it?" "I think we should append it. Create a new warning protocol that combines advanced modelling with community-specific communication strategies." Marin's eyes widened. "That would take significant resources. A team..." "I've got the connections for the funding," Cal said. "And we've already got the team, if you're interested." "Are you offering me a job, Cal Rowan?" Marin asked, her lips quirking in a smile. "I'm offering you a partnership," he clarified, "in every sense of the word." The implication hung between them, as clear as the now cloudless sky. Marin studied his face, her expression softening. "You know, partnerships are risky, like chasing storms. Unpredictable, potentially volatile." "Some risks are worth taking," Cal said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. "When did you become such an optimist?" she asked, her fingers intertwining with his. Cal looked out at the horizon, where the last traces of the storm were visible as distant lightning flashes. "I think it happened gradually, like pressure building over time, changing the atmosphere." "Very poetic for a man of science," Marin teased. "I'm expanding my methodology," he replied with a smile. As the stars began appearing in the darkening sky, Cal reflected on the journey that had brought him here. He'd spent years believing that precision was everything, that emotional distance was necessary for scientific accuracy. What Marin had shown him was that the human element wasn't a liability, it was essential. That compassion and connection didn't compromise the science, but completed it. "I should warn you," Marin said, breaking into his thoughts. "I'm still going to pack first aid kits in every vehicle." "I'd expect nothing less," Cal replied, pulling her closer. Tomorrow would bring new storms, new challenges. The atmosphere would continue its endless dance of warm and cold, wet and dry, stable and volatile. But for the first time since Noah's death, Cal faced that uncertainty without fear. He had found in Marin not just a research partner but a touchstone, someone who understood that life, like weather, couldn't be perfectly predicted, only experienced with eyes wide open and heart fully engaged. As the last light faded from the sky, Cal made a silent promise, not just to Marin, but to Noah, to himself, and to everyone whose lives would be touched by their work. He would no longer hide behind data alone. He would embrace the full spectrum of what it meant to chase storms, the science and the humanity, the precision and the passion, the danger and the beauty. "What are you thinking about?" Marin asked, her voice soft in the gathering darkness. Cal looked down at her, at the face that had somehow become as essential to him as the air he breathed. "I'm thinking that some forces of nature can't be predicted or contained. They can only be weathered. Like tornadoes," she said. "Like love," he corrected. Marin smiled, leaning up to kiss him beneath the vast Oklahoma sky, the same sky that had taken his brother, the same sky that had eventually led him to her, the same sky they would face together, season after season, storm after storm. As a distant rumble of thunder sounded on the horizon, a reminder that nature never truly rested, Cal finally understood what Noah had meant in his last transmission. The structure was beautiful, all of it. The storms, the science, the heartbreak, the healing, and most beautiful of all was the promise of tomorrow's forecast. Uncertain, ever-changing and absolutely worth chasing. Laudine Rising. The mist clung to the forest of Broceliande like ghosts unwilling to depart. Through this silver veil Lady Laudine walked alone, Her footsteps made no sound upon the moss-covered stones leading to the fountain of tears, the heart of her domain and the source of her sorrow. 40 days had passed since Lord Escalados fell. 40 days since a foreign knight named Yvain had challenged her husband and left her lands without a protector. The waters of the fountain gurgled and spilled over ancient stone, indifferent to human grief. My lady. The voice belonged to Meliora, her handmaiden since childhood, and now her closest adviser. The council awaits. Laudine nodded, her face composed behind her mourning veil. The veil was not custom, but necessity. In these early days of widowhood, she could not afford to let others see the doubt that shadowed her eyes. Tell them I come. Her voice betrayed nothing of the storm within. The great hall of Brocelion Castle hummed with tension. Lords from neighbouring domains had gathered, ostensibly to pay respects, but Laudine knew better. They smelled vulnerability. In their world, a woman alone was a territory unclaimed. At the head of the long oak table, Laudine sat straight-backed, her black gown stark against the carved wooden throne. The ancient seat had been her family's for 7 generations before her marriage to Escalados. Now it felt both too large and perfectly sized for her slender frame. "My lords," she began, her voice carrying to the rafters where stone gargoyles peered down with knowing smirks. "I thank you for your condolences. Now, let us speak plainly of borders and treaties." The eldest of the gathered men, Lord Callum of the Eastern Ridge, leaned forward. "Lady Laudine, your situation is precarious. The fountain requires protection. Its magic sustains not only your lands, but touches all our realms." "I am aware of my inheritance, Lord Callum," she said, one eyebrow arched beneath her veil. "As I am aware that 3 of you have already sent messengers suggesting marriage alliances." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Meliora, standing behind Laudine's chair, allowed herself the ghost of a smile. "Forgiveness, my lady," said another lord, younger and bolder, "but these are dangerous times. The king's influence wanes. Knights wander unchecked. Your husband's killer still roams free." "And what would you have me do?" Laudine asked. "Surrender my sovereignty for protection? Trade one master for another before my husband's place at table has grown cold?" The silence that followed was broken by the sudden clanging of the castle bell. Thalen, captain of her guard, burst through the doors, his weathered face flushed. "My lady," he said with a hasty bow, "a knight seeks audience. He claims to be—" Thalen faltered, clearly uncomfortable with his message. "He claims to be the one who slew Lord Escalados." A collective intake of breath swept through the hall. Laudine felt her heart stutter, then resume at a quicker pace. "Bring him," she said, and was proud that her voice remained steady. The man who entered walked with the measured stride of one accustomed to bloodshed yet burdened by its weight. His armour bore the dents and scratches of recent battle, but his face, surprisingly young beneath a shock of dark hair, was clean-shaven and solemn. "Lady Laudine," he said, dropping to one knee, "I am Yvain of Camelot." She studied him from behind her veil. This was the man who had made her a widow. She had expected a brute, a monster, not this grave-eyed knight who knelt as though awaiting execution. "You have remarkable courage," she said at last, "to enter the home of the man you killed." "Not courage, my lady. Remorse." He kept his eyes lowered. "I have come to offer restitution. My sword, my service, my life, if you demand it." The lord shifted uneasily. Such an offer was unprecedented. "And if I choose your life?" Laudine asked. "Then I die having tried to right my wrong." His voice held no fear, only resignation. Later that night, in her private chambers, Laudine paced while Meliora watched from a window seat. "He's either a fool or the most cunning diplomat I've ever encountered," Laudine said, discarding her veil at last. Without it, she looked younger, her features sharp and intelligent beneath a crown of dark braids. "Or perhaps," Meliora suggested, "he is exactly what he appears, a man haunted by his deeds." Men of violence are seldom haunted by anything, Laudine replied. Yet you didn't order his execution. Laudine stopped pacing. The political consequences would be complicated. Is that the only reason? Laudine chose not to answer. Instead, she moved to the window, gazing out at the courtyard below where a strange sight caught her eye. A lion, massive and golden in the torchlight, paced the outer wall. Such creatures were not native to Broceliander. Meliora, look, she pointed. The handmaiden joined her. It appeared 3 days ago. Thalen's men tried to drive it away, but it keeps returning. It harms no one. 3 days, Laudine murmured, the same day Yvain arrived. Perhaps it follows him. A lion follows a knight? Laudine's mouth curved slightly, like something from a bard's tale. Sometimes, Meliora said quietly, the old stories have wisdom we've forgotten. The marriage proposal came from an unexpected quarter, not from Yvain, but from Meliora herself. The lords respect strength, she argued as they walked the ramparts 2 days later. They fear Yvain for his prowess. Wed him, and you transform a threat into a shield. Wed my husband's killer, Laudine's voice was sharp with disbelief. Wed a knight of Arthur's court who has proven his combat skill and now offers fealty. Meliora's pragmatism was like a cold wind. The fountain requires protection, you require allies, and he requires redemption, a neat solution to 3 problems. Below them, in the practice yard, Ivan sparred with Thalen. The 2 men moved with the fluid precision of seasoned warriors, their swords catching the morning light. Watching him, Laudine felt a confusion of emotions, anger, curiosity, and something else she refused to name. And what of justice for Esclidos? She asked softly. Was it not a fair combat? Did your husband not accept the challenge? Meliora's questions were gentle but insistent. Esclados lived by the sword. You always knew how his story might end. That evening, as storm clouds gathered above the castle, Laudine summoned Yvain to the fountain. He came alone, without armour, dressed simply in a tunic and breeches. You offer me service, she said without preamble. I would know why. Lightning flashed, illuminating the clearing around the ancient stone basin. The fountain bubbled with otherworldly energy, its waters glowing faintly blue. Because I took something that was not mine to take, Yvain answered. A life, a protector, a husband. And you believe you can replace him? No. His honesty was disarming. But I can offer what skills I possess to preserve what he valued. Thunder rumbled overhead. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall, rippling the fountain's surface. There are other ways to make amends, Laudine said. Why marriage? I didn't propose marriage, my lady. But you would accept such a proposal? His eyes, when they met hers, were startlingly clear. I would accept any chance to serve this land and its queen. The rain fell harder now, plastering his hair to his forehead and soaking through her gown. Neither moved to seek shelter. Then hear me, Yvain of Camelot. I will wed you, not for love, nor for absolution, but for the protection of my people. My heart remains my own. As it should be, he said, and went to one knee before her in the mud. I pledge my sword and my honour to you and to Broceliande. As he spoke, a massive shadow detached itself from the tree line. The lion padded silently into the clearing, its golden eyes fixed on Yvain. It circled once, then settled at the edge of the fountain, watching them both. Laudine felt a shiver that had nothing to do with her rain-soaked clothes. It seems, she said, that your pledge has a witness. Their wedding was a subdued affair, conducted under clouds that never quite broke into storm but never cleared to blue. The lions of Yvain's family crest now hung alongside the waters of Laudine's banner. The symbolism was lost on no one. That night, as Laudine stood at the window of what was now their shared chamber, she heard Yvain speak of tournaments and glory, of Arthur's court and the honours to be won there. Even on his wedding night, the hunger for acclaim burned bright in him. She closed her eyes, suddenly weary. Outside, the lion prowled the castle walls like a silent guardian, or perhaps a warning of what was to come. 1 year, Ivan said, his eyes alight with a fervour that made Laudine's heart constrict. I ask for only 1 year to prove myself worthy of you. They stood in the inner courtyard, surrounded by the morning mist that seemed perpetually to cling to Broceliande. 3 months had passed since their wedding, 3 months of cautious civility, of building a fragile partnership, of moments when something deeper seemed possible, and now this. The tournaments at Camelot begin in a fortnight, he continued, oblivious to her silence. Knights from across the realms will gather. I could win honour for our house, forge alliances that would strengthen our position. Our position is secure, Laudine said, her voice carefully neutral. The fountain flows. The borders are quiet. But for how long? The more renowned I am, the less likely others will challenge us. His enthusiasm was genuine, she could see that. In his mind, he rode for her. Think of the prestige, the connections to Arthur's court. Think of the lands left without their knight, she countered. Think of the vows so recently spoken. Something in her tone finally penetrated his excitement. He reached for her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she allowed him to take it. I will return, he promised. 1 year from today, I will ride through these gates a knight worthy of the Lady of the Fountain. She studied his face, earnest, handsome, already half gone from her. Part of her wanted to forbid it, to command him as his liege lord to remain. But she recognized the restlessness in him, the yearning for a claim that no peaceful domesticity could satisfy. 1 year, she agreed at last, not a day more. Swear it on your honour. I swear it, he said solemnly, pressing her fingers to his lips. On my honour and my love. Love. The word hung between them, sincere yet untested. The lion appeared as Ivan prepared to depart, materialising from the forest like a golden shadow. It padded to his side, massive head brushing his hip. The sight of them together, knight and beast, stirred something primal in Laudine's chest. Pride mingled with foreboding. She watched from the highest tower as they vanished into the mist, 2 silhouettes growing smaller until the forest swallowed them completely. Only then did she allow herself a single tear, quickly brushed away. He will return, Meliora said, appearing at her side with the silent grace that still sometimes startled Laudine. Perhaps, Laudine replied, but will he return unchanged? The seasons turned with relentless indifference to human concerns. Spring yielded to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter, and winter again to a reluctant spring. The rhythms of court continued, petitions heard, justice dispensed, harvests tallied. Laudine found herself changing in ways she hadn't anticipated. Without Ivan's martial presence, she was forced to rely more heavily on diplomacy. She developed a talent for it, surprising even herself with her ability to navigate the treacherous currents of inter-domain politics. Lord Callum actually smiled today, Meliora observed after a particularly successful negotiation over water rights. I didn't think his face could form such an expression. Laudine allowed herself a small laugh. He's discovered it's less costly to trade fairly than to maintain soldiers on our borders. They sat in Laudine's study, once her husband's war room, now transformed into a space of maps and manuscripts rather than weapons. Meliora had taken to wearing the keys of the Castellan at her belt, a role traditionally held by men but which she filled with formidable efficiency. The spring planting exceeds last year's, Meliora noted, consulting a parchment, and the new aqueduct system has increased the flow to the lower fields by 1/3. And the fountain? Laudine asked. It was always her first concern. Meliora's expression sobered slightly. Unchanged. Neither stronger nor weaker. Unlike my heart, Laudine thought but did not say. The truth was she had grown in Ivan's absence. Not happier perhaps, but more fully herself. The court had become hers in truth as well as name. Thalen now deferred to her not out of courtesy but genuine respect for her judgment. The servants no longer whispered about her need for a husband's guidance, and yet at night she found herself writing letters to Ivan, letters she never sent. In them she told him of small triumphs and quiet fears, of the way sunlight caught in the fountain's spray, of how his lion had been spotted several times at the forest's edge, as if checking that she remained. "Where are you?" she wrote as the one-year mark approached. "Do you remember your vow?" But the appointed day came and went without word or sign. 1 week stretched into 2, then a month, then 3. "He isn't coming back," she said to Meliora on a chill autumn evening, her voice flat with certainty rather than sorrow. "Perhaps he's injured," Meliora suggested, "delayed by circumstance." "A messenger requires only a horse and a clear road," Laudine replied. "No, he has found glory more enticing than honour, than Broceliande, than me." She stood abruptly, moving to the hearth where she cast the latest unsent letter into the flames. It curled and blackened, her words disappearing into smoke. "From this day forward," she said, watching the paper collapse into ash, "Ivan is dead to me and to this court. I rule alone." Meliora said nothing, but her eyes held both approval and concern. That night, for the first time in months, the lion appeared at the castle walls. It paced restlessly until dawn, golden eyes reflecting the torchlight before vanishing once more into the wild. The second year without Yvain passed more swiftly than the first. Laudine remade her court, establishing a council of advisors that included not only traditional lords, but also representatives from the guilds and villages under her protection. She commissioned a detailed survey of the fountain's influence, mapping the intricate network of springs and streams that carried its magic throughout the land. "You've created something remarkable," Thalen told her as they reviewed the completed maps. The grizzled captain had become something of a friend, his initial skepticism transformed into steady support. "Lord Esclados focused on defending the fountain. You've learned to extend its reach." "The best defence is to make the fountain vital to all our neighbours," Laudine replied. "They won't threaten what sustains them." Winter settled over Broceliande with unusual harshness. Snow buried the forest paths, and ice formed at the fountain's edges, creating delicate crystalline sculptures that caught the weak sunlight. Laudine found beauty in the stark landscape, a reflection of the clarity she had found within herself. On the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, she performed the ancient ritual of renewal at the fountain's edge. Alone, barefoot despite the cold, she poured a mixture of wine, honey, and her own blood into the bubbling waters. "I am Laudine," she spoke to the listening silence, "daughter of this land, guardian of these waters. I stand alone but unwavering." The fountain's glow intensified briefly, illuminating her face from below. In that moment she felt a sense of completion, of having found at last the woman she was meant to be. Yet that night she dreamed of a lion roaring in anguish, its mighty form brought low by chains it could not break. The third spring since Yvain's departure arrived in fits and starts, warm days followed by bitter frosts, sudden downpours giving way to brilliant sunshine. Laudine had just concluded a council meeting when Thalen requested a private audience. "My lady," he said, his weathered face grave, "there is a matter requiring your attention at the southern gatehouse." Something in his tone made her dismiss Meliora's offer to accompany her. She followed Thalen across the rain-washed courtyard, her mind already calculating potential problems, border incursions, trade disputes, perhaps news of unrest in neighbouring domains. Nothing prepared her for the sight that greeted her inside the small stone building. A man sat slumped on a bench, his clothing travel-stained and torn. His hair, once dark, now streaked with grey, hung lank around a face that bore a ragged scar from temple to jaw. At his feet lay a lion, its golden coat dulled with dirt and age, one eye milky with blindness. It took her a full breath to recognise Yvain. "Leave us," she told Thalen, her voice far steadier than she felt. When the door closed behind the captain, Yvain raised his head. His eyes, at least those remained unchanged, found hers with painful intensity. "Lady Laudine," he said, his voice a shadow of its former resonance, "I have no right to stand in your presence." She remained by the door, arms folded across her chest. "Yet here you are. I come only to beg forgiveness, not to claim what I forfeited." He gestured to the lion. "We have travelled long to reach you." 3 years, she said flatly. "You promised one." "I have no defence to offer." Did glory satisfy at least? Was the acclaim worth the broken oath? A bitter smile twisted his scarred face. There was glory for a time. Tournaments won, quests completed, songs sung in halls where kings feasted. He looked down at his hands, once a knight's hands, now calloused differently, with missing fingers on the left. Then came pride, challenges accepted that should have been declined, a fall from favour, exile. The lion stirred at his feet, raising its great head to look at Laudine with its one good eye. She felt something pass between them, an understanding perhaps, or a judgment. Why return now, she asked. Why not simply vanish into obscurity? Because some debts must be paid, even if only in acknowledgement. He straightened slightly. "I have wronged you twice over. First your husband, then your trust. I could not die with such weight unconfessed." She studied him, this broken version of the proud knight who had ridden away. Part of her, the part still raw with abandonment, wanted to order him gone. Another part, the queen she had become, recognized the courage it took to return in disgrace rather than hide in pride. "You may speak your apology to the full court tomorrow," she said at last. "After that, I will decide your fate." The great hall fell silent as Ivan walked its length, the lion limping beside him. Courtiers who remembered the handsome knight of Arthur's favour whispered behind their hands at this diminished figure. Meliora, standing at Laudine's right, watched with narrowed eyes. Thalen at her left kept one hand on his sword hilt. Laudine herself sat unmoving on her throne, her face composed into the mask of authority she had perfected in his absence. Her gown was the deep blue of the fountain waters, adorned not with feminine embroidery, but with the symbols of her sovereignty. Silver keys, antlers, and flowing streams worked into the fabric. Ivan stopped at the prescribed distance and went to one knee with difficulty. The lion settled beside him, golden eyes watchful. "Lady Laudine, sovereign of Broceliande and guardian of the fountain," he began, his voice carrying despite its new roughness. "I come before you and your court to acknowledge my failure and betrayal." The formal words fell away as he continued, his confession becoming raw with honesty. He spoke of his early triumphs in Arthur's tournaments, of the intoxication of praise, of how each victory made him hunger for the next challenge rather than for home. "I told myself it was all for your honour," he said, "that each feat reflected glory upon Broceliande. But in truth, I had forgotten my purpose. When a year had passed, I found reasons to delay. One more quest, one more battle, one more chance to hear my name spoken with awe." Murmurs rippled through the court. Laudine's expression remained unchanged, though her knuckles whitened where they gripped the throne's armrests. "Pride led to recklessness," Yvain continued. "I challenged a knight protected by sorcery. My defeat was public, my disgrace complete. Arthur's court, which had once celebrated me, turned its back." He gestured to the lion. "Only this faithful beast remained true. We have wandered these 3 years, taking what work we could find, guarding merchant caravans, hunting bandits for bounties, labouring when all else failed." His voice dropped, forcing the courtiers to lean forward. "I do not come to reclaim what I abandoned. I seek only to lay down the burden of my shame at your feet and offer what restitution I can before I depart forever from these lands." The silence that followed seemed to pulse with the collective breath of the assembly. All eyes turned to Laudine, awaiting her judgment. She rose slowly, the fabric of her gown catching the light like water. "You ask for forgiveness," she said, her voice clear and carrying, "yet you offer nothing in return." "I have nothing to offer but remorse," he answered simply. "No sword, no service, no grand gestures to win back favour. Those were the promises of a younger man who didn't understand their weight. I make no promises now that time or weakness might cause me to break." Something in his admission, its complete lack of pretense, struck Laudine deeply. This was not the practiced contrition of a courtier seeking to manipulate, but the hard-won humility of a man who had faced his own failings. "Rise," she said after a long moment. "You will remain at court until I determine what justice requires." As the assembly dispersed, Meliora leaned close to Laudine's ear. "Be wary," she whispered. "Even wounded lions have claws." But Laudine's eyes followed Ivan as he limped from the hall, the lion still faithfully at his side. She wondered which of them had truly been tamed by their ordeal, the beast or the man. The answer came sooner than expected. Within a week of Ivan's return, messengers arrived bearing news that Lord Ronel of the Northern Marches had publicly questioned Laudine's right to control the fountain. "He claims the fountain's blessing requires a male guardian," Thalen reported, disgust evident in his tone. "That your independent rule defies natural order." "Convenient timing," Meliora observed darkly. "A challenger appears just as your former husband returns." Laudine paced the council chamber, considering. "Does Ragnell march?" "Not yet," Thalen replied, "but he gathers forces. My scouts report unusual activity at 3 of his fortresses." "And Yvain? Where was he when this news arrived?" "In the stables," Meliora answered. "He is taken to helping the ostlers. The lion keeps the rats at bay." Laudine nodded, decision made. "Send for him." Ivan appeared promptly, cleaner than when he'd arrived, but still bearing the unmistakable marks of his fall. He stood with the slight stoop of one who had endured too many blows to stand fully straight again. "Lord Ragnell challenges my rule," she said without preamble. "He will likely march within the month." Something sparked in Ivan's tired eyes, a remnant of the warrior he had been. "My lady, if you permit, I could—" "No," she cut him off. "I did not summon you to offer battle on my behalf." The spark dimmed. He nodded, accepting the rebuke. "I called you here to understand your connection to these events," she continued. "Ragnall makes his move immediately after your return. Coincidence seems unlikely." "I have had no contact with Ronel or his men," Yvain said firmly, "but I'm not surprised by his actions. There was talk at Arthur's court, even before my disgrace, of certain lords who considered Brocelion vulnerable under a woman's rule. Your success these past years has likely only increased their determination to prove otherwise." Laudine studied him, searching for deceit but finding only weary honesty. "What would you advise?" she asked, surprising herself with the question. Equally surprised, he considered before answering. "Not what I would have 3 years ago. Then I would have urged single combat, a champion's duel to settle the matter with minimal bloodshed." He gave a rueful smile. "I would have volunteered, of course." "And now?" "Now I would say that Ronel expects martial challenge. He prepares for it, desires it even. But your strength, Lady Laudine, has never been the sword." She raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to be flattered or offended. "Your power lies in the fountain itself," he clarified. "In the connections you've built, the dependencies you've created. Ragnall cannot take by force what is freely given to those who respect its source." It was, she had to admit, an astute observation, one that aligned with the diplomatic framework she had spent years constructing. "Thank you," she said formally. "You may go." Later, as she formulated her response to Ragnell's challenge, she found herself incorporating elements of Yvain's insight. Not because he had suggested them, but because they reflected the ruler she had become in his absence. Her reply when it went out contained no threats of war. Instead, it carried a simple invitation. "Come to Broceliand. drink from the fountain under truce and speak of mutual benefit rather than conquest. He won't come, Thalen predicted. He will, Laudine countered. His pride demands it, and when he does, he will find not a widow to intimidate, but a sovereign secure in her power. She was right. Lord Ragnell arrived 2 weeks later with a retinue carefully balanced between diplomatic entourage and military statement. Laudine received him in the fountain's clearing rather than her hall, neutral ground that was nevertheless unmistakably her domain. Ivan watched from a distance, positioned among the castle servants rather than the court officials. Beside him, the lion sat unnaturally still, golden eyes fixed on the proceedings. "Lady Laudine," Ragnell began, his tone hovering between courtesy and condescension. "I come in peace to discuss the future of the Fountain Lands." "Lord Ragnell," she replied with equal measure, "we welcome peaceful discussion. The future after all affects us all." What followed was a masterclass in statecraft. Laudine neither yielded nor attacked. She listened to Ragnell's concerns, acknowledged shared interests, and gently but firmly redirected his more aggressive suggestions. All the while the fountain burbled behind her, its waters catching the afternoon light with supernatural brilliance. By evening, the threat of conflict had transformed into the framework of an alliance, one that preserved Laudine's sovereignty while offering Ragnell enough advantage to claim a political victory of his own. As the visiting lord and his men departed for the guest quarters, Laudine remained by the fountain, suddenly exhausted by the day's careful performance. "Impressive," came a voice from the trees. Ivan stepped forward, the lion padding silently beside him. "You disarmed him more thoroughly than any sword could have." "Did I pass your test then?" she asked, sharper than intended. "It was never my place to test you," he replied quietly. "I see that now, among many other things I was too blind to recognize before." The honesty in his voice softened her response. 3 years ago, I would have welcomed your sword against such a threat. I believed I needed a champion. And now?" She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her serious face. "Now I know that I don't need a saviour. I need them to see that I am the storm." From the fountain behind her, the waters suddenly leapt higher, as if responding to her words. Yvain and the lion bowed their heads in unison, a gesture not of submission, but of profound respect. Word of Laudine's diplomatic triumph spread quickly. Lord Ragnell, rather than returning home in bitter defeat, departed Broceliande as an ally, singing the praises of the Lady of the Fountain to all who would listen. The challenge that had threatened war instead cemented Laudine's reputation as a ruler of wisdom and strength. In the aftermath, the court of Broceliande hummed with renewed purpose. Craftsmen and scholars from neighbouring domains sought patronage. Foreign emissaries arrived bearing gifts and treaty proposals. The fountain itself seemed to respond to the changing tides, its waters flowing with increased vigour, its mystic light visible from greater distances. "They call you Laudine the Risen now," Meliora reported with poorly concealed pride, "the queen who rose from grief to glory." Laudine accepted the news with outward composure, though inwardly she felt a complex surge of emotions. Pride, yes, but also a strange melancholy that she couldn't immediately place. It was only when she spotted Ivan across the courtyard, quietly loading supplies into a small cart, that she understood. He was preparing to leave. She found him later that evening in the stables, meticulously checking the harness of a mule. Not even a proper horse, she noted with a pang. The lion lay nearby, watching his preparations with what seemed like resignation. "You're leaving," she said, not bothering with pleasantries. He straightened slowly, wary surprise in his eyes. "It seems time." "Without saying farewell?" "I thought it better this way. Cleaner." He gestured vaguely to the busy courtyard beyond the stable doors. "You have built something remarkable here. My presence is a complication." She couldn't argue with that assessment. The court whispered constantly about her former husband's status. Was he prisoner? Penitent? Would the lady take him back now that his contrition had been demonstrated? "Where will you go?" she asked instead. "North, perhaps. There's work for a man who can still swing a sword even with a crippled hand." He patted the mule's flank. "Nothing glorious, just honest labour." The lion rose suddenly, stretching its massive length before padding over to Laudine. It circled her once, then sat at her feet, looking up at Ivan with unmistakable meaning. "Your companion seems to have other ideas," Laudine observed. Ivan's mouth twisted in a half-smile. "He's never truly been mine to command. I was always more his than he was ever mine." "Like the fountain," she mused. "We guard it, but it chooses whether to bless or withhold." "Yes." His eyes met hers, and she saw in them not the brash knight who had ridden away, but a man who had journeyed through darkness to reach a different kind of light. Some things can only be earned, never claimed. In that moment something shifted between them, not a return to what had been, but the possibility of something new and untested. "Walk with me," she said abruptly, "to the fountain." He hesitated only briefly before nodding. They left the stables together, the lion trailing behind them like a golden shadow. The path to the fountain was hushed in evening stillness, the forest around them painted in the deep greens and blues of approaching twilight. They walked in silence, each aware of the other's presence with heightened sensitivity. At the fountain's edge, Laudine turned to face him. Here, where they had made their first vows, she found the word she needed. "I was not the same woman when you left as when you returned," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "The woman who needed a protector died during your absence. In her place stands a queen who has learned to protect herself." "I see that clearly," Yvain replied. "You have become what you were always meant to be." "And you?" she asked. "What have you become?" He considered the question with the careful deliberation of a man who had learned the cost of hasty words. "Less than I was in some ways, more in others." His scarred hand flexed unconsciously. "I've learned that glory is smoke, but honour, true honour, is stone." The fountain bubbled between them, its waters catching the last light of day. Laudine dipped her fingers into the cool depths, watching ripples spread outward. "I do not love you as I once might have," she said with stark honesty. "That possibility vanished with your broken oath." He nodded, accepting the truth without visible pain. "I ask for nothing." "But I am offering something," she straightened, meeting his gaze directly. "Not as a wife to a husband, but as a sovereign to one who might serve her realm with wisdom hard won." The lion, who had been sitting silent witness, moved closer, pressing its massive head against her skirts. "You spoke before of honest labour," she continued. "There is honest labour here if you choose it. Not as my champion or protector, Thalen fills that role admirably, but as an advisor who knows both the glory and folly of Arthur's court, as someone who has seen the world beyond our borders and returned with clearer vision." Hope kindled in his eyes, quickly tempered by caution. "You would have me stay? After everything?" "Not for what was," she clarified, "but for what might be built anew. Not as my superior or even my equal in rule, but as one voice among the council that guides Broceliande forward." She saw him weighing her words, testing them for hidden meaning or trap. "It would not be easy," she warned. "The court whispers. Some would see your presence as weakness on my part, while others would see it as exceptional strength," he countered. "To command the loyalty of one who wronged you demonstrates power, not frailty." A smile touched her lips. "You have learned something of politics in your wanderings." "I've learned to see beyond the surface of things," his voice softened. "To recognize true strength when I encounter it." The lion rumbled, a sound halfway between purr and growl. In the deepening twilight its eyes gleamed with an intelligence that seemed more than animal. "I accept your offer," Yvain said finally, "not in hope of redemption or restoration, but in service to Broceliande and its queen." Laudine nodded. feeling not triumph or satisfaction, but something quieter and more profound, a sense of cycles completing, of wounds if not healed then at least acknowledged. Then we begin again, she said, not as we were, but as we have become. The summer solstice celebration transformed the castle and surrounding forest into a spectacle of light and sound. Lanterns hung from every tree branch, their glow reflected in streams and pools throughout Broceliande. Musicians played in courtyards and clearings, their melodies carrying on the warm evening breeze. Dancers moved in patterns ancient and new, honouring both tradition and innovation. At the centre of it all stood the fountain, its waters glowing with supernatural brilliance that outshone even the 100 candles floating on its surface. Around it, the court of Broceliande gathered to witness Queen Laudine's annual renewal ritual. Laudine appeared at the forest's edge, clad in a gown that shimmered between blue and silver as she moved. Her dark hair hung loose, adorned only with a simple circlet of silver leaves. She walked alone, head high, every inch the sovereign in her power. Behind her came her council, Meliora, now officially recognised as first advisor, Thalen, his captain's armour polished to mirror brightness, the guild representatives and village elders who had earned places at her table, and among them, still bearing the marks of his fall but carrying himself with quiet dignity, walked Ivan. The lion padded at his side, its golden coat gleaming in the festival lights. 3 months had restored some of its former majesty. Its blind eye remained milky, but its stride had strengthened, its presence still commanding respect. The assembly parted to let Laudine approach the fountain. She stood before it, arms raised, and began the ancient incantation that bound sovereign to waters and waters to land. The familiar words took on new resonance in her voice, not ritual by rote, but genuine communion. As she spoke the final phrase, the fountain's glow intensified dramatically, shooting a column of blue-white light into the night sky. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even Meliora, who had witnessed 17 such ceremonies, looked startled. Never had the fountain responded with such power. When the light subsided, Laudine turned to address her people. Her face shone with quiet triumph and something deeper, the satisfaction of a woman who had found her true place in the world. "People of Broceliande," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly across the clearing. "3 years ago, I stood before you a widow uncertain of her path. Today, I stand as your queen by choice and by right, strengthened by challenge, tempered by trial." Murmurs of approval swept through the assembly. We have faced threats together and transformed them into alliances. We have turned ancient magic to new purpose. We have proven that true power lies not in conquest, but in connection. She gestured to her council, acknowledging each member with a nod. When her eyes met Yvain's, there was neither lingering resentment nor romantic longing, but something more valuable, mutual respect. Tonight we celebrate not only the turning of the season, but the continuing transformation of our realm. Broceliande stands stronger than ever, its fountain flowing, its borders secure, its future bright. A cheer rose from the crowd, spontaneous and heartfelt. Laudine accepted it with a smile, then raised her hand for silence. "Enjoy the festivities," she concluded. "Dance, feast, make merry. Tomorrow we continue our work together." As the formal ceremony concluded and the celebration proper began, Laudine found herself momentarily alone at the fountain's edge. Music and laughter swirled around her, but she stood in a pocket of stillness, savouring the rare moment of solitude. "My lady." Ivan approached, stopping at a respectful distance. "The ceremony was powerful. I've never seen the fountain respond so strongly." "Nor have I," she admitted. "Perhaps it approves of our new direction." A comfortable silence fell between them, not the charged tension of their earlier encounters, but the ease of two people who had found a workable peace. "I received word from Arthur's court yesterday," Ivan said eventually. "Sir Gawain inquires if you would consider receiving an official embassy. It seems your diplomatic success with Ragnell has impressed even Camelot." Laudine raised an eyebrow. Once they would have sent knights to challenge. Now they send diplomats to learn. "The world changes," he observed. "Even Arthur must adapt or fade." "And what of you?" she asked, studying his profile in the fountain's glow. "Do you miss it? The glory, the acclaim?" He considered the question with a thoughtfulness that had become his hallmark. "I miss the simplicity," he finally answered. "The clear lines between victory and defeat, honour and disgrace. Politics offers fewer certainties." "Yet you've taken to it well. Your insights on the northern trade routes proved valuable." "I've had excellent teachers." His smile included both Laudine and, with a glance, Meliora, who was engaged in animated conversation across the clearing. The lion, which had been lounging near the forest's edge, suddenly rose and padded over to them. It settled at Laudine's feet, its great head resting against her skirts in a gesture of unmistakable allegiance. "He's chosen," Yvain noted without jealousy, "as he always does, wisely." Laudine stroked the lion's mane, feeling the rumble of its contented purr. "Perhaps he simply recognises that we're stronger together, each in our proper place." From across the clearing, Thalin approached with a delegation of visiting merchants. Duty called, as it always would. "Enjoy the festivities, Sir Ivan," Laudine said, resuming her formal manner. "Tomorrow the council meets to discuss the eastern expansion." He bowed slightly, understanding the boundaries that remained between them. Not walls, but necessary markers of their new relationship. "Until tomorrow, my queen." As she moved away to greet her guests, the lion remained briefly at Ivan's side, looking up at him with ancient eyes that seemed to hold both challenge and approval. "Yes, old friend," Yvain murmured. "I understand now." The lion huffed once, then padded after Laudine, a golden shadow to her silver light. 5 years after Ivan's return, a travelling bard arrived at Brocelion Castle. Grey-haired but bright-eyed, he requested audience with the Queen, claiming to have composed a ballad in her honour. "Another one?" Meliora sighed, reviewing the request. "That makes 3 this season. Your legend grows, Laudine." Laudine smiled, shuffling through the documents on her council table. The chamber, once her husband's war room, had been transformed into a space of light and purpose. Maps and charts lining the walls, the great oak table scarred from years of passionate debate and careful planning. "Shall I turn him away?" Meliora asked. "No," Laudine decided. "Let's hear what new embellishments have been added to my story. It's always entertaining." The evening's entertainment was held in the Great Hall, where court and common folk alike gathered to hear the renowned bard. Laudine sat in her customary place, flanked by Meliora and Thalin. Yvain occupied a seat further down the council table, neither prominent nor hidden, precisely where he had found his place over the years. The lion, now visibly aged but still magnificent, lay at the foot of the dais, more a fixture of court than mascot. The bard stood before them, his fingers moving across harp strings with practised grace. When he began to sing, his voice filled the hall with unexpected power. This is the tale of Laudine the Risen, Queen of the Waters, Lady of Light, who ruled not by conquest but by wisdom, who turned deepest sorrow to sovereign might. The ballad unfolded the story familiar to all present: Laudine's widowhood, her marriage to her husband's slayer, his departure and betrayal, her rise to independent rule. Yet in the bard's telling, the narrative took on mythic dimensions. Laudine became emblematic of feminine strength and resilience. Yvain, the embodiment of glory's emptiness and redemption's possibility. Most surprising was the lion's role in the bard's version. No mere beast, but a spirit of the fountain itself, sent to guide both knight and lady toward their true destinies. The bard sang of how the lion had chosen Laudine, recognizing in her the qualities needed to steward the fountain's magic for a new age. As the ballad reached its conclusion, the bard's voice softened, drawing his audience closer. Remember not how brightly their flames burned, but how steadily their light endured. Not the glory of conquest or the clash of swords, but the harder victory of wounds healed, wrongs forgiven. For Laudine rules not as she began, a wife, a widow, but as herself, a queen who found her power, not in another's strength, but in her own. And the lion walks beside her, guardian and guide, golden witness to a reign built not on fear, but on the firmest foundation of all, a heart that broke, yet made itself whole again. Silence held the hall for several heartbeats after the final note faded. Then applause erupted, thunderous and prolonged. The bard bowed deeply, first to the assembly, then specifically to Laudine. Later, when gifts had been presented and the formal entertainment concluded, Laudine found the bard alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars. "Your ballad was beautiful," she said, approaching quietly, though somewhat fanciful in its details. He turned, smiling. "All good stories grow in the telling, Your Majesty. I merely shaped what was already becoming legend." "You made the lion a spirit of the fountain," she noted, "a poetic touch." The bard's eyes twinkled. "Are you certain it isn't? Look at him even now." Laudine followed his gaze to where the lion reclined near the courtyard fountain, a smaller reflection of the great fountain in the forest. Moonlight silvered its golden coat, and for a moment it seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "Your reign is remarkable," the bard continued, "a woman ruling in her own right, transforming a martial domain into a centre of learning and diplomacy. Future generations will look to your example." "If they remember me at all," Laudine said pragmatically. "Oh, they will remember," he assured her. "Not as you were, a woman defined by grief and marriage, but as you became, Laudine the Risen, who taught that true strength lies not in domination, but in transformation." Something in his certainty gave her pause. "You speak as if from a great distance, bard, as if looking back from years hence." His smile deepened. "The best stories exist outside of time, Your Majesty. They were always true and will always be true." Before she could question him further, Meliora approached with news of a diplomatic matter requiring attention. When Laudine looked back, the bard had vanished into the evening shadows. The following autumn brought change to Broceliander. Thalen, his hair now more silver than brown, announced his intention to step down as captain of the guard. His chosen successor, a woman trained under Laudine's progressive policies, stood ready to assume the role. "I'm not dead yet," Thalen growled when Laudine expressed concern for his well-being. "Just old enough to know when to pass the sword to stronger hands." "What will you do?" she asked, genuinely curious. Thalen had been a constant presence throughout her reign, as reliable as the sunrise. "Travel, perhaps," he said, surprising her. "I've spent my life guarding these borders. I'd like to see what lies beyond them before I'm too old to journey." The retirement ceremony was held on a crisp October day, the forest around them ablaze with autumn colours. Laudine presented Thalen with lands and a pension, but his greatest pleasure seemed to come from the dozens of guards, past and present, who came to honour their captain. At the feast that followed, Laudine found herself seated beside Ivan, now her trusted advisor, but never again her husband. The years had softened some of his scars while deepening the lines of experience around his eyes. His hair had gone completely grey, lending Thalen his dignity to features once known primarily for their beauty. "Will you miss him?" Yvain asked, nodding toward Thalen, who was regaling younger guards with tales of battles long past. "Terribly," Laudine admitted. "He's been my rock these many years." "He taught me much when I returned," Yvain said, "about serving without seeking glory, about finding honour in daily loyalty rather than grand gestures." "We've all learned," Laudine mused, "all grown." The lion, now elderly but still regal, lay near the hearth, watching the festivities through half-lidded eyes. It no longer followed Ivan as it once had, nor did it shadow Laudine exclusively. Rather, it seemed to have taken the entire court under its protection, moving between groups with dignified purpose, belonging to all and to none. "Do you ever think of what might have been?" Ivan asked suddenly, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "If I had returned when promised? If I had never left at all?" The question surprised her. They rarely spoke of their shared past, focusing instead on the present governance of Brocéliande. "Sometimes," she admitted, "but without your leaving I might never have found my true strength. Without your failure, I might have remained a queen in name only, dependent on a knight's protection. And I might have remained that arrogant knight, chasing glory until it destroyed me completely." He raised his goblet slightly. "To necessary pain, then, to lessons hard won." She touched her cup to his, "To who we have become." As if sensing the moment, the lion rose from its place by the fire and padded over to them. It settled between their chairs, its great head resting against Laudine's knee, while its tail curled around Yvain's ankle. A connection maintained, but transformed, like everything else in Brocéliande. Years passed. Brocéliande flourished under Laudine's rule, becoming known not only for its mystical fountain, but for its progressive governance, its scholarly pursuits, its diplomatic finesse. Laudine's council model was adopted by neighbouring realms, her water management system studied and replicated, her methods of resolving disputes without bloodshed becoming legendary. The lion grew old as all mortal creatures must, its golden coat fading to pale amber, its movements slowing though never losing their innate grace. Yvain's hair turned white, his once strong frame becoming more angular with age. Meliora required a cane but lost none of her mental acuity, remaining Laudine's sharpest advisor until the end. Laudine herself aged with the same quiet dignity that had characterized her rule, her dark hair threaded with silver, then overtaken by it, lines of experience marking her face but never dimming the intelligence in her eyes. She remained active in governance well into her 7th decade, gradually delegating more responsibilities to younger councillors she had personally trained. On the 20th anniversary of what the court now called the Reconciliation, Ivan's return, and Laudine's decision to forge a new path forward, a ceremony was held at the fountain. No longer the vibrant queen nor the broken knight of earlier days, Laudine and Ivan stood as elders, respected for their wisdom rather than their power. The lion, now ancient, lay beside the fountain, its breathing shallow but steady. It had not risen for 3 days, choosing this spot as its final resting place. "We've come full circle," Laudine observed, her voice softer with age but still carrying authority. "Back to where it all began." "Not quite a circle," Yvain corrected gently. "A spiral, perhaps, returning to familiar ground but at a different elevation." She smiled at that, appreciating as always his thoughtful perspective. "When we first stood here, I was newly widowed, angry with grief. You were a knight blinded by glory's promise." "And now?" he asked, leaning slightly on the staff he had recently begun to use. "Now we are simply 2 people who have lived long enough to understand what matters." She gazed at the fountain, still bubbling with the same vigour it had shown when she was a girl. Not conquest, not acclaim, but connection. The lion stirred at their feet, raising its noble head one last time. Its eyes, one clear, one clouded, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages as it looked between them. "He's saying goodbye," Yvain murmured. Laudine knelt carefully, her joints protesting the movement. She placed her hand on the lion's massive head, feeling the slow, steady pulse of life beneath her fingers. "Thank you, old friend," she whispered, "for watching over us both, for showing us the way." The lion exhaled, a sound somewhere between a purr and a sigh. Its eyes closed, and it settled more deeply against the fountain's stone edge. "I think," Yvain said quietly, "he was always more than just a lion." "As we were always more than just a widow and a knight," Laudine replied. Together they remained as twilight deepened around the clearing, bearing witness to the passing of something magnificent. When the lion finally stilled, its body began to shimmer with golden light that gradually dispersed into the fountain's waters like stardust returning to the sky. Neither Laudine nor Yvain expressed surprise. Some mysteries required no explanation. The stories of Laudine the Risen spread far beyond Broceliand's borders. Bards sang of her wisdom, scholars studied her governance, young women looking to forge their own paths invoked her name as inspiration. But the tale that endured longest, the one still whispered when moon and stars align just so, is not of conquest or glory, not of magical fountains or enchanted forests, but of something rarer and more precious. The story of two people who found their truest selves not in clinging to what was lost, but in growing beyond what they had been. And in the waters of Broceliande, where the fountain still flows, sometimes visitors glimpse a golden shimmer beneath the surface, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in power claimed, but in wisdom earned, wounds healed, and hearts that made themselves whole again. Autumn Letters. The funeral programme trembled in Ivy Matthews' hands, not because she was crying, she hadn't been able to cry yet, but because her fingers wouldn't stop shaking. They had been shaking for 3 days now, ever since her mother had answered the phone and made that sound. That terrible, guttural sound that Ivy knew would live in the back of her mind forever. Savannah Monroe, beloved daughter, cherished friend. The words on the cream-coloured paper blurred. Beloved, cherished, past tense already. 17 years of vibrant life reduced to a paragraph of carefully chosen adjectives. Beside her, Claire shifted in the uncomfortable funeral home chair. Her older sister's hand found hers, squeezing with a pressure that should have hurt but somehow didn't register. Nothing quite registered anymore. There was just the hollow echo chamber of her chest where emotion should be. "You okay?" Claire whispered, though they both knew the question was meaningless. Ivy nodded anyway. What else could she do? Stand up in the middle of Pastor Whitmore's eulogy and scream that no, she wasn't okay? That her best friend had slipped off the face of Ridgeline Trail and tumbled 80 feet to her death while Ivy was at home, irritated that Savannah had cancelled their movie plans. That while Savannah was dying, Ivy had been sulking over popcorn. The service ended with a montage of photos on a projector screen. Savannah as a gap-toothed kindergartner. Savannah in her 9th grade volleyball uniform. Savannah and Ivy at the lake last summer, arms slung around each other's shoulders, sunburnt and laughing. The images unspooled like evidence of another world, one that had existed just last week but to now seemed impossibly distant. Afterwards, in the reception line, Mrs. Monroe gripped Ivy's hands with desperate strength. "She loved you so much," she said, her eyes bloodshot. "You were like a sister to her." Ivy nodded, mute with the sudden pressure of all the words she couldn't say. But I resented her sometimes. But I was jealous of how easily she moved through the world. But I never told her how much I needed her. That night, Ivy lay awake staring at her ceiling, wondering why grief felt so much like emptiness when it should feel like drowning. 3 days later, Mrs. Monroe called and asked if Ivy would help sort through Savannah's things. "I can't bear to do it alone," she admitted, "and I thought, maybe there are things you'd want to keep." Savannah's bedroom was a time capsule, the same lavender walls they'd painted together in 8th grade, the constellation of Polaroids taped above her desk, the unmade bed, sheets still rumpled from the last morning she'd woken up. "Take whatever you'd like," Mrs. Monroe said before retreating downstairs. unable to stay in the room longer than a few minutes. Ivy moved through the space like an archaeologist, carefully examining artifacts of a lost civilization. The dog-eared paperbacks with their cracked spines, the collection of rose quartz crystals, the half-empty journal where Savannah had scribbled song lyrics and daily observations. In the closet, Ivy slid hangers across the rod, recognising blouses she'd complimented and sweaters she'd borrowed. Near the back, suspended on a wire hanger, was the emerald green dress Savannah had worn to homecoming last October. Ivy remembered zipping it up for her, remembered Savannah's breathless excitement as she twirled in front of the mirror. "Do you think Dylan will love it?" she'd asked. "He'd be an idiot not to," Ivy had replied, ignoring the small, sour knot of envy in her stomach. As she pushed aside a stack of shoeboxes on the closet floor, Ivy's hand connected with something solid tucked beneath the floorboard. A loose plank shifted, revealing a hollow space. Inside was a carved wooden box the size of a large book, its lid inlaid with mother of pearl. Ivy recognised it immediately. Savannah's grandmother had given it to her for her 15th birthday, but Ivy had never seen what Savannah kept inside. She hesitated, feeling like an intruder. Whatever secrets the box held, Savannah had deliberately hidden them, but Savannah was gone now, and maybe, Ivy tried to rationalise, maybe there was something inside that Mrs. Munro should know about. The lid opened on silent hinges. Inside, nestled in a nest of burgundy velvet, were envelopes. 11 of them, each sealed, each addressed in Savannah's looping handwriting to A, just A. No last name, no address. Ivy's fingers hovered over them, her heart suddenly racing. She picked up the envelope on top, turning it over in her hands. It wasn't a bill or a birthday card or anything ordinary. The heavy cream paper and the way Savannah had pressed her pen into the surface, leaving indentations around the letter A, suggested something more intimate, something secret. The last time Ivy had felt this way, poised on the threshold of a discovery that might change everything, had been when she found her father's passport after he left, tucked inside a book in his abandoned study. She'd opened it then, hoping for an explanation, but found only blank visa pages and her father's unsmiling photo. Now, with a similar sense of trepidation and hope, Ivy slipped her finger beneath the envelope's seal. The paper yielded with a soft tear. Inside was a letter, handwritten on the same cream paper. It was dated June 18th, nearly a year ago, when Savannah had been away at that summer writing programme. "Dear A," it began, "I've been trying to find the perfect words all day. Isn't that ridiculous? Me, at a writing workshop, unable to write. But nothing seems adequate when I think about last night under the stars, the way you looked at me when I told you about my mother's illness. No one has ever really seen me like that before. No one has ever just listened without trying to fix things. I keep replaying our conversation in my head. The serious parts, yes, but also how you made me laugh afterwards with your terrible impressions of our workshop leader. You said that good writing isn't about sounding smart, but about being honest. So here's my honesty. I've known you for 5 days and already you feel important. Is that crazy? Maybe by the time you read this, if you read this, I'll have found the courage to tell you in person. Until tomorrow." Ivy sat back on her heels, her heart pounding. This wasn't just a letter. It was the opening chapter of a story she'd never known existed. A hidden current in Savannah's life that had flowed beneath the surface of their friendship. She reached for the second envelope with trembling fingers. The remaining letters chronicled a hidden summer romance, 2 weeks of feverish connection between Savannah and someone named A. Through Savannah's words, Ivy glimpsed a boy with ink-stained fingers and eyes like autumn. A boy who sketched constantly in black notebooks and read poetry at open mics. A boy who made Savannah feel seen in ways that terrified and exhilarated her. The letters revealed a Savannah that Ivy had never fully known. Vulnerable, philosophical, uncertain. So different from the confident girl who commanded attention in school hallways. The last envelope contained an unfinished letter. The handwriting grew increasingly messy toward the bottom of the page, as if written in haste or emotion. Dear A, it's been 3 months since I left without saying goodbye. 3 months of starting this letter and tearing it up, 3 months of checking my phone, hoping to see your name, then remembering I never gave you my number. I don't even know if you're still at the same address. Maybe you've moved on. Maybe you barely remember me. But I need to explain why I disappeared that last morning. My mum called. The cancer was back, more aggressive this time. I had to go home immediately. In my panic, I convinced myself it would be easier for both of us if I just vanished. Cleaner somehow. I was a coward. Now Mum's in remission again, and I keep thinking about what you said that night on the pier, about how we make stories of our lives, crafting beginnings and endings where there are only continuations. I think our story deserves a continuation. If you still want to talk, I'll be... The letter ended there. An unfinished thought. An interrupted life. Ivy stared at the half-empty page. Had Savannah died before she could finish it? Or had she simply set it aside, unsure how to conclude? Either way, someone named A was out there, unaware that Savannah was gone. Unaware that whatever continuation she'd planned would never come. Ivy carefully reread each letter, looking for clues. The writing retreat had been at Lakeside College, 3 hours north, where Claire had spent a semester before dropping out. There were mentions of a coffee shop called Blackbird's, a bookstore named Tattered Covers, and an old wooden pier extending into the lake. A plan began to form, tenuous at first, then hardening into resolve. Ivy would find A. She would deliver Savannah's letters. Felt like the only thing she could do now, complete this one unfinished task for her friend. Claire agreed to drive her to Lakeside the following weekend. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, eyeing Ivy across the kitchen table. "It sounds like..." "Like what?" Claire tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous habit she'd had since childhood. "Like you're looking for something that might not be there." "I'm just trying to do right by Savannah," Ivy insisted. "Okay," Claire said after a pause, "but I'm coming with you, and if this gets weird, we leave. Deal?" The drive to Lakeside was quiet. Claire never played music while driving, a quirk that had always annoyed Ivy, but now felt like a relief. The silence gave her space to rehearse what she might say when she found A. "Hi, I'm Ivy Matthews. I was Savannah's best friend. She passed away recently and I found these letters." Each mental iteration sounded more impossible than the last. Lakeside College sprawled across rolling hills dotted with red brick buildings and ancient oaks. Students lounged on the quad, seemingly unaware that somewhere across the state a girl named Savannah no longer existed. "Where do we start?" Claire asked, surveying the campus. Ivy clutched her backpack, which held the box of letters. The coffee shop from her letters. Blackbird's. Blackbird's turned out to be a converted Victorian house just off campus, its interior crowded with mismatched furniture and the ambient chatter of students. Ivy approached the barista, a woman with silver-streaked hair and kind eyes. "I'm looking for someone," Ivy began awkwardly. "My friend met him here last summer. All I know is his first name might start with A." The barista's expression softened with sympathy. "Honey, dozens of boys come through here every day. He draws," Ivy added desperately, "and maybe does poetry readings." Recognition flickered across the woman's face. "Open mic night. We host them every Thursday. There's a regular Asher. Quiet boy, always sketching. Very talented." Asher. A. "Is there..." Ivy's voice caught. "Is there one tonight?" 7 o'clock, the barista confirmed, though I haven't seen him in a few weeks. Claire squeezed Ivy's arm. "We can get a hotel room, stay for the open mic." That evening, Ivy sat rigid in a worn armchair at Blackbird's, anxiety coiling in her stomach as performers took turns at the small microphone stand. Claire had gone to get them refills, leaving Ivy alone with her thoughts and the increasingly real possibility that Asher wouldn't show. Just as the host announced the next performer, the bell above the door jingled. A tall young man with dark, unruly hair stepped inside, a leather-bound sketchbook tucked under his arm. He wore a faded blue button-down and moved with the slight hesitancy of someone who preferred to observe rather than be observed. Ivy knew immediately that this was Asher. Something in his careful movements and the way his eyes, hazel, not quite the amber Savannah had described, scanned the room. He settled into a corner table, flipping open his sketchbook before even removing his jacket. "And now," the host announced, "a blackbird's regular returning after a brief hiatus. Asher Quinn." Asher approached the microphone with reluctance that seemed practiced rather than genuine. From his pocket, he withdrew a folded sheet of paper that had clearly been opened and refolded many times. "This is called Summer Ghosts," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "The lake remembers what we forget. Ripples of conversation spreading outward, touching distant shores long after we've gone silent. You left at dawn, no footprints in the sand, just the echo of your laugh across the water. Now, autumn comes, turning everything to gold, and still I look for you in empty spaces, in the negative shapes between tree branches, in the silence between heartbeats. Summer ghosts walking alongside me, transparent but never quite gone." The sparse audience snapped their fingers in appreciation. Ivy couldn't move. His words had painted Savannah so clearly that for a moment, Ivy felt she might turn and find her friend sitting beside her, eyes bright with pride. When Asher returned to his table, Ivy rose on trembling legs. Claire was still at the counter, watching with concern. "Just do it," Ivy told herself. "Just walk over there." She approached his table, heart hammering. "Excuse me," she managed. "Are you Asher?" He looked up, surprised. His eyes were weary, guarded. "Yes?" "My name is Ivy. I'm from Oak Ridge." She waited for recognition, but there was none. Of course not. Savannah probably never mentioned her. I knew someone you might have known. Last summer, at the writing retreat." Something shifted in his expression, a tectonic movement beneath the surface. "You knew Savannah?" Ivy nodded, suddenly unable to form words. "How is she?" he asked, gesturing to the chair across from him. "I tried writing to her a couple times, but the address she gave me, the letters came back." Ivy sat down, her planned speech dissolving into ash. She couldn't tell him, not yet, not when he was looking at her with such cautious hope. "She's..." Ivy swallowed hard. "I found your letters, the ones she wrote to you." His eyebrows lifted slightly. "She wrote me letters?" 11 of them, she never sent them. A complex emotion crossed his face. Disappointment mingled with something like validation. "That sounds like her," he said softly. "Always writing things down, but rarely saying them aloud." I could give them to you," Ivy offered. "I'd like that," he said. Then, after a moment, "Why are you here, Ivy? Why bring me these letters now?" The moment stretched between them, a tightrope over an abyss. "Tell him now," a voice in her head urged. But another, louder voice whispered, "Not yet. Not here." "Because," Ivy said finally, "I think she would have wanted you to have them." By their third meeting, Ivy had convinced herself that her deception was temporary, a kindness rather than a betrayal. She would tell Asher about Savannah's death, just not yet. Not while she was still learning about this hidden chapter of her friend's life. They met at Tattered Covers, the bookstore from Savannah's letters. Asher was already there when Ivy arrived, leafing through a book of photography. He seemed more at ease than during their previous encounters, the wariness in his eyes softening into curiosity. "I brought another letter," Ivy said, gliding into the armchair across from him. This had become their ritual. Each meeting, Ivy would bring one of Savannah's letters for Asher to read. She'd watch his face as he absorbed Savannah's words, searching for glimpses of the boy her friend had fallen for. Asher read the letter silently, his fingers tracing the lines of Savannah's handwriting, as if they contained braille messages only he could decode. When he finished, he carefully refolded it along its original creases. "She never mentioned you," he said, looking up at Ivy. "In the 2 weeks we spent together, it seems strange now." Ivy felt a familiar pang. "Savannah compartmentalized," she said. "She kept parts of her life separate." "Like us," Asher agreed, a hint of old hurt in his voice. "Were you angry with her for leaving without saying goodbye?" He considered this. Not angry, confused, then sad, then, I don't know. I wrote it all out in poems no one will ever read. A self-deprecating smile. Very tortured artist of me. "The poem you read at the open mic," Ivy ventured. "That was about her, wasn't it?" "It was about loss," he corrected gently. "About how places remember even when people move on." He closed the book in his lap. "Can I ask you something?" Ivy nodded, though anxiety flickered in her chest. "Why hasn't she come herself, to explain, to give me these letters?" The question hung between them, unavoidable now. Ivy had prepared for this, had rehearsed a dozen possible answers, but none came to her lips. "She's not," Ivy began, her voice faltering. "She's not ready." It wasn't a complete lie. If Savannah were alive, perhaps she wouldn't be ready to face him, but the untruth tasted bitter on Ivy's tongue. Asher studied her, and Ivy had the unsettling sense that he could see the fault lines in her story. But he simply nodded, respecting the boundary she'd drawn. "Tell me about her," he said instead. "What was she like as a friend?" Relief flooded Ivy's system. This, at least, she could answer honestly. "Bright," she said, like she took up more space than her physical body. She'd enter a room and suddenly all the air molecules would rearrange themselves around her. Asher smiled. "Yes, exactly like that. But she was more complicated than most people saw," Ivy continued, warming to the subject. "She could be insecure even though she seemed so confident. And sometimes she was thoughtless. Not cruel, just caught up in her own narrative." "The eternally starring role," Asher supplied. "Yes," Ivy felt a rush of validation at being understood. "And sometimes that made me feel like a supporting character in my own life." The words emerged unbidden, raw and honest, in a way Ivy rarely allowed herself to be. She flushed, embarrassed by the admission. But Asher merely nodded. "I think that's what drew her to writing. On the page she could explore different roles, be vulnerable in ways she couldn't in real life." They talked for hours, trading stories and observations. With each anecdote, Ivy felt both closer to and further from Savannah, as if she were simultaneously reclaiming her friend and losing her to this boy who had known a different version of her. As evening approached, they walked along the lakeshore, following the weathered wooden pier that stretched into the water. The same pier where, according to Savannah's letters, she and Asher had spent their last night together, talking until dawn. "This is where we said good night," Asher said, stopping at the pier's end. "I thought we'd have the next day and the day after that. I didn't know it was an ending." Ivy looked out across the lake, its surface burnished copper by the setting sun. "Maybe it wasn't," she said softly. "Maybe it was just paused." Asher turned to her, his expression unreadable in the fading light. "Why are you really here, Ivy? It's not just about delivering letters." The moment crystallized around them, fragile, precarious. Ivy felt the weight of her deception pressing against her ribs, making it hard to breathe. "After Savannah," she began, then stopped, recalibrating. "I needed to understand this part of her life. She never told me about you. And now I feel like I know her better, and I know you too." "Do you?" His voice was gentle, without accusation. "We're practically strangers." "No," Ivy said with sudden certainty. "We're not strangers. We both loved her in different ways. That connects us." The word hung in the air between them. Loved, past tense. If Asher noticed the slip, he didn't comment. Instead, he moved closer, until Ivy could see the flecks of gold in his hazel eyes. "There's something else," he said quietly. "Something you're not telling me." Ivy's heart thundered in her chest. This was the moment to tell him the truth, to end the charade. But then Asher did something unexpected. He leaned forward and kissed her, a brief, hesitant press of lips that ended almost before it began. Ivy stepped back, stunned. Horror and something else, something she refused to name, surged through her. "I shouldn't have done that," Asher said immediately, regret plain on his face. "I'm sorry." "I have to go," Ivy said, already turning away. "Ivy, wait." "Savannah is dead," she blurted out, the words ripping from her throat. "She died in a hiking accident 2 months ago. She's gone, and I've been lying to you this whole time." The colour drained from Asher's face. He staggered backward as if physically struck. "What?" "She fell from Ridgeline Trail." Ivy's voice sounded distant, disconnected from her body. "The last letter, the unfinished one, she was writing it to you the week before she died. She never got a chance to send it." Asher's face contorted, disbelief giving way to dawning horror. "And you knew all this time?" "I was going to tell you," Ivy said desperately. I needed to understand first. I needed to know who you were to her." "Who I was to her," Asher's voice sharpened. "You've been watching me grieve a girl who didn't care enough to say goodbye when all along she was..." He broke off, unable to finish the sentence. "She did care," Ivy insisted. "That's what the letters show." "The letters you've been parcelling out to me like some kind of sick game?" He raked his hands through his hair, his breathing ragged. "God, Ivy, do you have any idea what you've done?" "I was trying to protect you." "Protect me?" Asher laughed, a hollow sound. "You were using me to process your own grief. Don't pretend this was about me." The truth of his words hit Ivy like a physical blow. She had been using him, using their conversations to work through her own complicated feelings about Savannah, to feel close to her friend again through this Soy who'd known a different side of her. "I'm sorry," she whispered, though the words seemed pathetically inadequate. Asher shook his head, already backing away. "Don't contact me again," he said, his voice flat. "Whatever connection you thought we had, it wasn't real. It was built on a lie." He turned and walked back along the pier, a solitary figure silhouetted against the darkening sky. Ivy watched until he disappeared, tears streaming down her face. That night, in the hotel room she shared with Claire, Ivy finally read Savannah's last letter, the unfinished one, aloud. Claire listened silently, sitting cross-legged on the bed opposite Ivy's. "She was going to reach out to him again," Ivy said, her voice raw from crying. "Before she died, she was going to try." Claire regarded her sister with gentle eyes. "You can't finish her story for her, Ivy." "I know that now." Ivy traced the edge of the letter with her fingertip. "But I think I need to finish mine." Back home, Ivy moved through the days like a sleepwalker who returned to school, sat through classes, responded when spoken to. But internally she remained at that pier, watching Asher walk away with the weight of fresh grief bowing his shoulders. What had begun as an impulsive quest to understand Savannah had become something more complicated, a journey through her own unacknowledged feelings about her friend, about herself, about the strange, brief connection she'd formed with Asher. Claire found her one evening sitting on the back porch staring at nothing. "You should write to him," she said without preamble, settling into the adjacent chair. Ivy glanced at her sister. "He told me not to contact him again." "Not for him," Claire clarified. "For you. Write the letter you need to write, even if you never send it." Later that night, Ivy sat at her desk with a blank sheet of paper before her. The same cream-coloured stationery that Savannah had used for her letters to Asher. Ivy had found a stack of it in Savannah's desk drawer and brought it home, another keepsake from a life cut short. "Dear Asher," she began, then stopped. She crumpled the paper and started again. "Asher, I've written this letter 7 times now, and I'll probably rewrite it 7 more before I'm finished. I keep thinking about what Savannah wrote in her 4th letter to you, about how difficult it is to find the right words for the most important things. First, I'm sorry. Not just for lying to you, but for using you as a way to process my own complicated grief. You deserved better than that. Second, I want you to know that everything else was real. The conversations we had about Savannah, about writing, about feeling like supporting characters, those were honest. In some ways, I was more honest with you than I've been with anyone in a long time. I discovered Savannah's letters 3 days after her funeral. Finding them felt like she was speaking to me from beyond, revealing parts of herself she'd kept hidden. I was hurt that she had never told me about you, about the writing retreat, about any of it. But I was also captivated by this other version of her, the one who wrote about starlight on water and the weight of words unspoken. When I found you, I told myself I was fulfilling some kind of duty to Savannah, that I was doing what she would have wanted. But that wasn't the whole truth. I was also trying to understand who I was now that she was gone. For so long I'd defined myself in relation to her, the quiet friend, the reliable one, the shadow to her light. Without her, I felt unmoored. Meeting you changed something. Talking to you about her helped me see Savannah more clearly. Not as the perfect, vibrant girl I'd placed on a pedestal, but as someone complex and flawed and real. Someone who could be selfish and thoughtless, but also deeply loyal. Someone who could love fiercely, but also run away when things got too intense. And somehow, in learning to see her more clearly, I began to see myself more clearly too. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't even expect you to read them this far. But I needed to tell you that in the midst of all my mistakes, something genuine happened. For a few brief conversations at a bookstore and along a lake shore, 2 people connected over shared loss and unspoken questions. I'm leaving all of Savannah's letters with this one. They belong to you now. Do with them what feels right. With regret, gratitude and hope, Ivy Matthews. Ivy reread the letter 3 times, making small adjustments. Then she carefully folded it and slipped it into an envelope along with all of Savannah's letters. She addressed it simply. Asher Quinn, Lakeside College. The next day she mailed it from the post office downtown, watching as the envelope disappeared into the outgoing mail slot. Then she walked to the cemetery on the hill overlooking town. Savannah's grave was still a raw wound in the earth, the grass not yet grown over the rectangular plot. Her headstone was simple white marble with her name, the dates of her brief life, and the words, "Beloved daughter, cherished friend." Ivy sat beside it, running her fingers over the freshly carved letters. "I met him," she said aloud. "Asher. He's exactly how you described him in your letters. Thoughtful, a bit guarded, someone who sees beneath the surface." A breeze stirred the nearby maple trees, ending at a shower of red-gold leaves spiralling to the ground. "I understand why you fell for him," Ivy continued, "and I understand why you kept him separate from the rest of your life. He knew a different version of you, a more vulnerable one." Ivy leaned back against the headstone, her eyes tracing the patterns of clouds overhead. "I'm still angry with you sometimes," she admitted, "for dying, for leaving so many things unfinished between us, for being so easy to love and so difficult to fully know." The words felt sacrilegious, spoken here among the dead, but also necessary, like lancing a wound to release infection. "But I'm trying to remember you whole," Ivy whispered. "The girl who hogged the spotlight, and the girl who wrote secret love letters, the friend who made me feel invisible sometimes, and the friend who knew exactly when I needed a late-night phone call." She sat there until the sun began to set, painting the cemetery in shades of amber and gold. Then she rose, brushed grass from her jeans, and pressed her palm flat against the cool marble of the headstone. "Goodbye, Savannah," she said softly. "I'm letting you go." October arrived with a vengeance, stripping trees bare and painting the world in sepia tones. Ivy settled into a new rhythm: school, home, occasional outings with friends she'd neglected during the worst of her grief. She began keeping a journal, filling its pages with observations and questions, trying to make sense of the changing landscape of her life. She didn't expect to hear from Asher again. She'd made peace with that, or was trying to. Sometimes at night she still replayed their conversations in her mind, wondering what might have been different if she'd been honest from the beginning. Then on a rain-soaked Tuesday morning, Claire appeared in her bedroom doorway holding an envelope. "This came for you," she said, her expression carefully neutral. Ivy recognised the handwriting immediately. Her heart performed a complicated gymnastic routine in her chest as she accepted the envelope. "Do you want me to stay?" Claire asked. Ivy shook her head. "I'll be okay." When she was alone, Ivy sat cross-legged on her bed and carefully opened the envelope. The letter inside was written on plain notebook paper, the blue lines visible beneath a neat angular script. "Ivy, it's taken me 3 weeks to write this response. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because I needed time to process everything. Grief isn't linear, something I suspect you understand all too well. I was angry when I walked away that night, angry and hurt and confused, but as the days passed, I began to understand your actions more clearly. We do strange things when we're grieving. We make choices that seem incomprehensible to others, but make perfect sense in the distorted reality of loss. I've read all of Savannah's letters now, several times actually. They've become a kind of talisman, physical proof that what happened between us that summer was real, that I didn't imagine the connection. In her final letter, she wrote about continuation, about how stories don't really end, but transform. I think she was right. I'm coming to Oak Ridge next weekend. There's a coffee shop downtown, the Morning Roast. I'll be there Saturday at 11, if you want to talk. No pressure, no expectations, just two people who once orbited the same bright star, finding their own paths forward. If you don't come, I'll understand. Some stories are meant to remain unfinished. Either way, thank you for bringing her words back to me. They've helped me say goodbye." Asher. Ivy read the letter twice more, her fingers tracing the indentations his pen had left on the paper. Then she tucked it carefully into her journal. That Saturday morning dawned clear and cold, the kind of autumn day that feels like a warning of winter. Ivy stood in front of her closet, discarding outfit after outfit. Nothing seemed right. Too casual, too formal, too much like the old Ivy who had lived in Savannah's shadow. Finally, she settled on a burgundy sweater and jeans. Simple, but purposeful. Claire watched from the doorway as Ivy applied a touch of mascara. "So you're going?" she said. Not a question. "I am." "What are you hoping will happen?" Ivy met her sister's eyes in the mirror. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I need to find out." The Morning Roast was Oak Ridge's oldest cafe, a converted Victorian house with creaking floors and mismatched furniture. Ivy arrived 10 minutes early, choosing a table near the window where she could watch the street. Her hands fidgeted with a paper napkin, folding and refolding it into increasingly complex shapes. At precisely 11, the bell above the door jingled. Asher stepped inside, scanning the room until his eyes found hers. He looked different somehow, more solid, more present. Or maybe it was Ivy who had changed, seeing him now without the filter of deception between them. He approached her table, hesitating before sitting down. "You came," he said simply. "So did you." An awkward silence stretched between them, filled with the ambient sounds of the cafe. Coffee grinding, low conversations, the hiss of the espresso machine. I visited a grave, Asher said finally. Yesterday, I needed to say goodbye properly. Ivy nodded, understanding. I also met her mother, he continued. She invited me in when she saw me standing in the driveway. We talked for a long time. What did you tell her? Ivy asked, curious. The truth about the writing retreat, about Savannah and me. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. She said Savannah would have turned everything into a dramatic story eventually, that keeping secrets was just a way of holding on to experiences that felt too precious to share. Ivy felt a pang of recognition. That sounds like her. She also told me about you, Asher said, his eyes steady on hers. About how you've been since Savannah died. How you've been taking care of her mother, checking in, helping sort through things. Ivy shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. It's what friends do. Is it? Asher tilted his head slightly. Or is it what Ivy does? The question hung in the air between them, simple yet somehow monumental. Ivy had spent so long defining herself in relation to Savannah that she'd never fully considered who she was on her own terms. I don't know who I am without her, Ivy admitted softly. I'm still figuring that out. I'd like to help, Asher said, if you'll let me. Ivy studied him. This boy who had loved and lost her best friend, this boy who had every reason to despise her, but had chosen understanding instead. Something shifted in her chest, a loosening of a knot she hadn't realised was there. I'd like that, she said. They talked for hours, moving beyond grief into the territory of genuine connection. Asher's quiet humour emerged, along with Ivy's long-time passions that had often been overshadowed by Savannah's louder dreams. They discovered shared tastes in music, books, and the particular pleasure of rainy days spent indoors. When they finally left the cafe, afternoon was fading into evening. They walked together through Oak Ridge Park, where the maple trees created a canopy of flame above their heads. What happens now? Ivy asked as they paused by the duck pond. Asher considered the question. I don't know, he admitted, but I think Savannah would want us both to be happy, to find our way forward. Together? The words slipped out before Ivy could censor it. Maybe, Asher said. Not right away. We both have healing to do first. But someday. He reached for her hand, his fingers tentatively interlacing with hers. It wasn't a declaration or a promise, just possibility. Fragile as an autumn leaf and just as vibrant. Above them a V of geese cut across the darkening sky, their calls echoing long after they disappeared from view. Ivy thought about Savannah's unfinished letter, about continuation rather than endings, about how some stories remained incomplete while new ones were just beginning. She squeezed Asher's hand, feeling the steady warmth of his palm against hers. Whatever came next, whether friendship or something more, would be their own story to write, one careful word at a time. The autumn wind picked up, sending a spiral of leaves dancing around them, red and gold and russet, vibrant in their final transformation. Letting go, Ivy realised, didn't mean forgetting. It meant making room for new growth, new connections, new possibilities. And in that moment, surrounded by falling leaves and fading light, Asher gently turned Ivy to face him. His eyes searched hers, asking a silent question. She nodded, almost imperceptibly, and he leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that felt like the first sentence of a new story. When they pulled apart, Ivy saw her future reflected in his eyes, not as Savannah's friend or as the quiet girl who lived in shadows, but as herself, fully and completely. The letters had brought them together, but what happened next would be entirely their own. The end. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens, amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Brit sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Brit's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Brit, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Brit to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Brit's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Brit's Nationals jersey. Brit raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Brit countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the 7th inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Brit's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practiced ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared, until he saw Brit's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Brit's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive centre field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the Jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Britt never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," her high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip online. Britt had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Britt and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training, and the familiar sounds of a baseball game, the crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. "Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it?" "It's baseball," Britt replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. "Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition." As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Britt with her elbow. "Question. Why don't you have a boyfriend? You've been here almost a full year now." Britt shrugged. "Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep." "Sleep is overrated," Missy interrupted. "Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed." Britt's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture, always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. "Maybe him," she admitted, pointing discreetly. "We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial." Missy followed her gaze. "Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado." "Colorado?" Britt laughed. "That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time. Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you?" "God, no," Britt replied quickly. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, centre field is nice to look at, that's all. But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. It's not a date, Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Brit's closet. It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole. Brit sat on her bed, arms crossed. You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow? What a coincidence, Missy replied, with zero attempt at sincerity. Wear the green top, it makes your eyes pop. My eyes are brown. Even more reason to wear green. Contrast. The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Brit arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face, not surprise, Brit noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. Hi, she said, sliding into the seat across from him. I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment? Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. Unless there are multiple track stars named Brit in our biology class. His directness caught her off guard. At least 3. We're having a convention later. He laughed. A genuine sound that transformed his serious face. I've seen you run at the LSU Invitational last month. The 400 metres. You were at the Invitational? This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project. So I was a science experiment. Brit raised an eyebrow. You were the most impressive subject, he countered. Your form is almost mathematically perfect. The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Brit spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. Wait, Cole interrupted. Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible. It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer. It were magical, Brit admitted, though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time. What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Brit out with thoughtful questions rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again? Brit nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. I'd like that. 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. Not that I post much, he admitted, but it seems like the normal progression. That night, as Brit studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram. Minutes later, another notification. Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment. Curious, she opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme, summer kiss, cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper. Cole's comment simply read, Is this really you? Brit stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, "Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood immortalised for eternity. Why?" Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she answered. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. "That video from Coors Field. The boy who caught the ball and gave it to you." "What about him?" Brit asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. "Brit, that was me." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "What? No way. That's impossible." August 18th, 2015, Nationals versus Rockies, 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the third out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. "Cole, if you're messing with me..." "I'm not," he assured her. "I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday." Brit sank onto her bed, mind reeling. "Oh my god, this is insane. What are the odds?" "Astronomically against," Cole replied. "One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating." "We kissed," Brit said suddenly. "I mean, technically we've already kissed." Cole laughed. "I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence right now." An hour later they sat side by side on a campus bench comparing memorabilia. Brit's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone. Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. "It really is you," Brit marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. "You had the same serious expression even then." "And you were fearless," Cole replied. "Just walked up and planted one on me. On your cheek! It was supposed to be your cheek." Fate had other plans. They fell silent, the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realising what they'd lost. "You know what this means?" Brit said finally. "Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball. And me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then." Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. "There's just one thing bothering me." "What's that?" "Our second kiss should probably be better than our first." Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history, closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 100 miles away. The summer of 2025 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Brit remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Brit lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. "My parents want to meet you," Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Brit lowered her book. "Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour." "What would you tell them?" Brit asked. "About how we met? The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting." Cole considered this. "We could start with biology class and work our way back." "Probably wise," Brit agreed, "though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year." Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. "You're not going to believe this." He turned the screen toward Brit. An MLB social media account had posted a throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, "Summer love through the years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments." The thumbnail image showed a young Brit in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. "They're never going to let us forget," Brit groaned, covering her face. "Wait," Cole said, sitting up straighter. "Read the comments." Brit took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic, heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live, but one comment caught her attention. "OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Hashtag full circle hammer baseball love." "How?" Britt began. "Missy," they said in unison. "She must have made the connection and shared it," Cole reasoned. "She does follow all the MLB accounts." The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale, the children from the famous kiss Cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Brit's phone rang early the next day, her father, calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend, the one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right?" "Both families. We need both families there." "Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet." "Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology, the story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole. "We're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month?" Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly. Like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning to my head at exactly the wrong moment. Or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting. Or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible." "What do you call it? Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful. Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. Do you ever wonder, Britt asked softly, about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it. All the time, Cole admitted. But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back. As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison, the original Kiss camo moment from 2015 alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same people. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime. #baseball love." Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex, improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch belonged only to them. That and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. Snowfall over Seoul. The snow fell like judgment upon Seoul, silent, relentless, bearing evidence of the city's wounds beneath a deceptive blanket of white. Una Park's fingers stiffened as she scribbled in her notebook, her breath forming ghosts in the frigid air. From her vantage point atop what remained of the Namdaemun Gate, the once proud capital resembled a mouthful of broken teeth. Buildings reduced to skeletal frames, streets pockmarked with artillery craters, frozen bodies still waiting to be claimed. "You'll catch your death up there, Miss Park." The American correspondent's voice carried on the wind. Una didn't look up. "Death is catching enough people without my help, Mr. Miller." At 25, Una had already witnessed Seoul change hands 4 times. The city had been stripped of its dignity like layers of skin, first by the Japanese occupation, then by ideological warfare that pitted neighbour against neighbour. Her father, once a respected scholar at Seoul National University, had been purged during the first communist occupation, dragged from their home for the crime of teaching Western philosophy. The Seoul Daily, backed by UN forces, employed her as a translator and junior reporter, but the stories they printed bore little resemblance to the ones she witnessed. Each night, she documented the real narratives in a separate journal, accounts of civilian massacres, political disappearances, and brutalities committed by all sides. These were the histories being erased with each new occupation. "The colonel's calling all press in," Miller added. "Chinese troops spotted 15 miles north." "Again?" Una sighed, tucking her notebook into the inner pocket of her coat. "Which way will we run this time?" But she already knew. The Americans and their UN allies would retreat south again, abandoning Seoul to Chairman Mao's forces pushing down from the north. The cycle would repeat, and more civilians would die in the crossfire of an ideological war that had little to do with them. That night, as evacuation orders blared through military loudspeakers, Una made her decision. For months, rumours had circulated about mass graves in the northern provinces, entire villages eliminated for suspected southern sympathies. No Western journalists were allowed access. No one was documenting these atrocities. Father Anton, a Catholic missionary who operated a medical station near the 38th parallel, agreed to smuggle her north under the guise of a nurse. The aging Jesuit had little patience for political boundaries when it came to suffering. "I cannot guarantee your safety," he warned as they loaded medical supplies into his battered truck. "If they discover you're a journalist, I'm aware of the risks, Father." She handed him her press credentials and identity papers, which he promptly burned. "From now on you are Kim Sun-hee, a volunteer nurse from Busan." The journey north was treacherous. Twice they were stopped at checkpoints where Father Anton's medical mission papers were scrutinized by teenage soldiers with hollow eyes and trembling fingers on triggers. Their truck crawled through landscapes rendered alien by war, villages reduced to charred frames, fields now cratered moonscapes, frozen bodies of civilians caught in artillery barrages, their blood stark crimson against the snow. They had nearly reached the mission point when the ambush came, a spray of gunfire that shattered their windshield and sent their truck careening into a ditch. Father Anton slumped against the wheel, a dark stain spreading across his cassock. Una tried to drag him from the wreckage, but more shots rang out. She dove into the snow as uniformed figures approached, their red-starred caps visible against the twilight. "American spy!" one shouted in heavily accented English. "Do not move!" Rough hands pulled her from the snow. The last thing she saw before a rifle butt struck her temple was Father Anton's unseeing eyes, fixed on the darkening sky. She awoke in a small room with stone walls that might once have been a storage cellar. A single bulb dangled from the ceiling, illuminating a wooden table and 2 chairs. Her head throbbed, and her wrists were bound with coarse rope. Hours passed before the door finally opened. A tall figure in a North Korean officer's uniform entered, his face obscured by the shadows. He moved with careful deliberation, placing a metal cup of water on the table before stepping into the light. Una caught her breath. Despite the harsh uniform, his face retained a scholar's gentleness, high cheekbones, thoughtful eyes, and a slightly crooked nose that hinted at some past injury. He couldn't have been more than 30. "I am Captain Ji-ho Kim," he said in flawless English. "You were captured with a known intelligence operative. You will tell me who you are and what information you are carrying." "The man you killed was a Catholic priest bringing medical supplies to civilians," Una replied in Korean, her voice steadier than she felt. Surprise flickered across Ji-ho's features, not at her words, but at her educated Seoul accent. "A southern woman this far north?" His voice lowered as he switched to Korean. "That makes you either very brave or very foolish. Sometimes those are the same thing." Their eyes locked across the table, and in that moment, something unspoken passed between them, a recognition that transcended uniforms and borders. They were both playing roles in a tragedy neither had written. "They're watching," he said softly, nodding toward the door. "Your papers identify you as Kim Sun-hee, a nurse from Busan. Is that true?" She recognized the lifeline he offered. "Yes." Ji-ho raised his voice again, returning to the scripted interrogation. "You're working with the Red Cross?" "Yes," Una nodded, "providing medical aid to civilians." Later, she would learn what it cost him to spare her. Ji-ho had been a literature student at Kim Il-sung University before the war, conscripted after refusing to denounce his mentor, an elderly professor accused of harbouring reactionary views. His fluency in English had saved him from the front lines, relegating him instead to intelligence work. But each small act of conscience was noted in his file, marking him as politically unreliable. When he returned the following day, his demeanour had changed. "You're being transferred," he said, loud enough for anyone listening. Then more quietly, "They're sending me north with wounded soldiers. I've convinced them we need a nurse. It's the only way I could think to keep you alive." "Why would you help me?" Una whispered. Ji-ho's eyes, dark and unreadable, studied her face. "Perhaps I'm also very brave, or very foolish." The military convoy crawled northward like a wounded snake. 3 trucks of injured soldiers followed by a command jeep, their progress slowed by treacherous mountain roads buried under heavy snow. Yuna rode in the middle truck, tending to men with frostbitten limbs and festering shrapnel wounds. Captain Ji-ho had instructed her to speak as little as possible, and to keep her head covered with a worn military cap. "If anyone asks, you're from Hamhung," he told her. "Your accent will be less noticeable." The men under Ji-ho's command were a grim assortment, some barely older than boys, others weathered veterans of multiple campaigns. All regarded her with suspicion. Their destination was a field hospital near the Chinese border, where the wounded would be treated before being redeployed. For Yuna, it represented deeper entrapment in enemy territory. On the third night, their convoy stopped in an abandoned village. The houses stood like dark sentinels against the snow, their windows vacant eyes watching the soldiers establish camp. Ji-ho assigned Yuna to a small outbuilding that might once have been a workshop. "It's the most private space I can manage," he explained, helping her carry medical supplies inside. "The men are uncomfortable having a woman among them." "They should be more concerned with gangrene than my gender," Yuna replied, arranging bandages on a makeshift table. Ji-ho almost smiled, a slight softening around his eyes that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "These men have seen things that have stripped away their humanity. Don't judge them too harshly." "What have you seen, Captain?" Yuna asked, studying him closely. The question hung between them, dangerous and intimate. Ji-ho turned away, his profile sharp against the lantern light. "Enough to know, this war serves no one but distant powers playing at Empire." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Be careful around Sergeant Choi. He suspects you're not what you claim." Before she could respond, shouting erupted outside. A young soldier had collapsed while unloading supplies, his fever spiking dangerously. For the next several hours, Yuna worked alongside Ji-ho to save the boy's life, cutting away uniform from infected wounds, administering their precious penicillin, and cooling his forehead with snow. Dawn broke as the fever finally subsided. Exhausted, Yuna slumped against the wall, watching Ji-ho gently cover the sleeping soldier. "You have medical training," she observed. "My mother was a midwife before the Japanese took her." Something in his expression softened. "She taught me that hands can heal as easily as they can harm, a lesson I try to remember." When the convoy resumed its journey, a new understanding existed between them, tentative and unspoken. Each night as they made camp, Ji-ho would find reasons to consult with her away from the others. They spoke carefully at first, exchanging only necessary information. But isolation and shared danger bred a peculiar intimacy. On the fifth night, they sheltered in the ruins of a small church, its roof half collapsed, but its stone walls still standing against the bitter wind. While the soldiers huddled around fires in the main sanctuary, Ji-ho led Yuna to what had once been the vestry. "Why are you really here?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the wind. No southern nurse would volunteer for this. The question had been inevitable. Yuna considered her options and chose truth, or enough of it. "I'm documenting what's happening to civilians. The history's being erased." "A journalist, then?" "A witness." She met his gaze without flinching. "People are disappearing from villages, entire families executed. Someone needs to record their names before they're forgotten." Ji-ho was silent for so long that Yuna prepared herself for a rest. Instead, he reached inside his uniform and withdrew a small battered book. "My professor's poetry," he explained, handling it with reverence. "Published before the division. They burned every copy they could find in Pyongyang, but I saved this one." He opened it carefully, the pages worn from repeated reading. He wrote about unity, how Korea's soul remains undivided even when borders are drawn with bayonets. Their fingers brushed as Yuna accepted the book, and neither pulled away. In that frozen church, surrounded by the wounded and the dying, they found a fragile connection that defied the arbitrary lines of nations. Each night thereafter, they would find moments away from watchful eyes to share what remained of their humanity. Jiho recited poetry from memory, while Yuna told him of Seoul before the war, of cherry blossoms along the Han River, and students debating in tea houses. She recorded his stories too, filling her hidden notebook with accounts of northern villages caught between Chinese volunteers and American bombers. "If we survive this," he once whispered, "what will become of these stories?" "They'll be told," Yuna promised. "All of them." It happened on the 7th night, as they huddled beneath a partially collapsed roof while snow drifted through the gaps. A single candle illuminated their small sanctuary as Jiho read from his treasured book, his voice giving life to words of longing and resistance. When he looked up, Yuna was watching him with an expression that mirrored his own unspoken yearning. Neither could say who moved first. Their lips met in a kiss that tasted of fear and ash and desperate hope. A moment of warmth in a frozen world. Jiho's hands trembled as they framed her face, and Yuna clung to him as though he were solid ground in shifting terrain. "This can only end in tragedy," he murmured against her hair afterward. "Then we'll have that in common with the rest of Korea," she replied. They reached the abandoned mountain village of Songwon on the 12th day. Once a thriving farming community, it now stood eerily empty, its inhabitants either fled or taken. With the nearest field hospital still 3 days' journey, and blizzard conditions setting in, Jiho ordered his men to establish camp. "We'll wait out the storm," he announced, assigning quarters in the abandoned homes. The stone house assigned to Yuna had belonged to the village headman, a small but solidly built structure with a working chimney and walls thick enough to keep out the worst of the cold. Jiho claimed the adjacent room as his quarters, establishing a buffer between her and the increasingly suspicious Sergeant Choi. For 6 days the blizzard raged, confining them to the village. In this strange pocket of stillness amidst war, Yuna and Jiho crafted a semblance of normal life. They melted snow for washing, dried laundry by the fire, and foraged through abandoned gardens for frozen vegetables to supplement their rations. In the evenings, after Jiho had completed his rounds, they would sit by the fire speaking in whispers of their lives before the war. He described his childhood in a coastal village north of Wonsan, fishing with his grandfather, studying by lamplight, dreaming of becoming a professor like the mentor he had refused to denounce. "I wanted to translate Western poetry into Korean," he confessed, his fingers interlaced with hers. Byron, Shelley, Whitman, voices that speak to universal experience. Yuna told him of her father's library, filled with books from around the world, and how she had learned English by reading Austen and Dickens aloud. "He believed knowledge should transcend borders," she said. "That's why they took him." "And why you're risking everything to document this war," Jiho added, understanding illuminating his features. Their stolen moments of intimacy existed in sharp contrast to the world outside, a world where they would be enemies rather than lovers. Each touch, each whispered confidence, each night spent in each other's arms was an act of defiance against the divisions forced upon their homeland. "Sometimes I imagine us in another life," Jiho murmured one night, his head resting in Yuna's lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. "Perhaps as scholars in Gyeongsong during the Joseon dynasty, or meeting in a Tokyo university before liberation." "Any time but now?" Yuna smiled sadly. "Any time when loving you wouldn't be considered treason." The illusion of peace shattered on the 7th morning with the arrival of a Chinese regiment, 200 soldiers commandeering the village as a forward operating base. Their commander, a hard-faced colonel named Lin, regarded Jiho's small contingent with poorly disguised contempt. "You were expected at the field hospital a week ago, Captain," he said in stilted Korean. "Your delay requires explanation." Sergeant Choi stepped forward before Jiho could respond. "The captain has been protecting a southern spy, Comrade Colonel." The accusation hung in the frigid air. Jiho's face remained impassive, but Yuna saw his hand move subtly toward his sidearm. "These are serious allegations." Colonel Lin turned to Jiho. "Who is this woman?" "A Red Cross nurse," Jiho replied evenly, "providing medical care to our wounded." Sergeant Choi's thin lips curved into a cruel smile. "Then why does she write in a notebook each night? Why does she speak with a Seoul accent when she thinks no one is listening?" Colonel Lin motioned to his men. "Bring this woman and search her belongings." What followed was inevitable. The discovery of Yuna's notebook with its damning accounts, her journalist's eye for detail having recorded atrocities committed by all sides. Jiho stood rigid as the evidence mounted, his eyes communicating what his voice could not: "Run when you can." The opportunity came unexpectedly. As they marched Yuna toward the command post for formal interrogation, an American spotter plane roared overhead. All eyes turned skyward, all except Jiho's. In one fluid motion he drew his pistol and fired, not at Yuna but at Sergeant Choi and the nearest Chinese soldier. "Run!" he shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the tree line. Gunfire erupted behind them as they plunged into the forest, snow hampering their escape. They had gained perhaps 1/2 kilometre when Jiho stumbled, a dark stain spreading across his uniform jacket. "I'm hit!" he gasped, clutching Yuna's arm to keep from falling. "You must go on alone." "I won't leave you," she insisted, slinging his arm over her shoulders. Together they struggled through deepening snow, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. Night fell, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold that threatened as much as their pursuers. Jiho's strength waned with each step, his blood leaving a telltale trail behind them. At midnight, they reached a small hunting cabin, little more than a shack but offering momentary shelter. Inside, Yuna tended Jiho's wound as best she could, using strips of her undershirt as bandages. "The bullet went through," she said, her voice steadier than her hands. "But you've lost too much blood." Jiho's face was ashen in the dim light. "The border is 15 kilometres south," he whispered. "If you travel by night, you might cross before they catch you. We'll go together when you're stronger." He caught her hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "Yuna, listen to me. What you've documented, it must reach the outside world. If you vanish, at least the truth might live." She kissed him then, tasting blood and tears. "I won't leave you to die. Then help me live long enough to get you to the border." For 3 days they moved only at night, hiding in dense underbrush or abandoned structures during daylight hours. Jiho grew weaker despite Yuna's care, his wound festering without proper medication. Yet he refused to surrender to either pain or pursuers, drawing on reserves of strength that left Yuna in awe. On the 4th night they reached the ridge overlooking the 38th parallel, the arbitrary line that had ripped a people apart. Below them, South Korean outposts stood illuminated against the darkness. "We'll cross together," Yuna insisted, supporting Jiho's weight. "I know people in Seoul who can hide you." Jiho's smile was gentle but resolute. "They're looking for a North Korean officer, not a southern woman travelling alone." Before she could protest, he removed his uniform jacket and outer clothing, dressing instead in the civilian clothes they had scavenged from an abandoned farmhouse. "From now on I'm your husband, wounded while trying to reach the south," he said, his breath forming ghosts in the cold air. A civilian, nothing more. It was their only chance. Together they approached the checkpoint, Yuna supporting Jiho's increasingly frail form. The South Korean soldiers regarded them with suspicion that turned to alarm when Jiho collapsed, his disguise falling away as fever overtook him. "Please," Yuna begged as they were separated. Jiho carried away on a stretcher. "He saved my life. He's not your enemy." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. In the chaos of war, individual stories mattered little against larger narratives of nationhood and ideology. Seoul in spring should have felt like renewal. Cherry trees blossomed along streets once littered with shell casings, and buildings rose from rubble like determined shoots pushing through scorched earth. 6 months had passed since Yuna's return, yet the city remained a stranger to her, its wounds bandaged but unhealed beneath a veneer of reconstruction. The American newspaper that employed her now valued her most for her silence. Her first-hand accounts of the war's brutality had been edited into sterile dispatches that mentioned neither perpetrators nor victims by name. Official narratives required clear villains and heroes, not the complicated truths she'd witnessed. At night, alone in her small apartment, Yuna would remove the floorboard beneath her bed and retrieve her original notebooks, the testimonies she had risked everything to record. She had published some of these accounts anonymously in underground papers under the pseudonym The Winter Witness, careful to disguise her handwriting and distribute the manuscripts through different channels. These unsanctioned accounts, documenting atrocities committed by all sides, had earned her enemies in both governments. Twice she had noticed men following her home from the newspaper office. Once, her apartment had been searched while she was at work, the intruders professional enough to leave almost no trace except for a single cigarette butt of a brand favoured by ROK military police. Of Ji-ho she had learned nothing. After their arrival at the checkpoint, he'd been taken away, his fever worsening. The military authorities had questioned her extensively about their relationship, suspicious of anyone who had spent months behind enemy lines. She told them only that he was a civilian who had helped her escape, a partial truth that still felt like betrayal. Her inquiries about his whereabouts went unanswered. A sympathetic American lieutenant had eventually informed her that a male civilian matching Ji-ho's description had been transferred to a military hospital in Busan for further questioning, a euphemism whose meaning she understood all too well. Summer came, bringing humid heat and the steady drumbeat of stalled peace negotiations. Yuna continued her work, both official and clandestine, while the grinding war reached its 3rd year. Her editor praised her recovery from her ordeal in the north, unaware that each sanitized article she wrote was accompanied by a truer account published under her secret identity. It was on an oppressively hot August afternoon when the letter arrived, delivered not to her apartment but to the newspaper office, addressed simply to YP. No return address, no official markings. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing a line from the poetry book Ji-ho had carried. Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere. Beneath it, in careful English, the truth lives, as do I. The handwriting was unmistakable. The same hand that had traced Korean poetry by candlelight in abandoned villages. Yuna pressed the paper to her lips, tears threatening to smudge the precious ink. No information about his location, no way to respond, just proof of life, delivered like a whisper across impossible distance. That night, she wrote with renewed purpose, documenting not just the atrocities but the small kindnesses she had witnessed, moments of humanity that transcended uniform and ideology, stories of southern soldiers sharing rations with northern civilians, of enemy combatants returning personal effects of the fallen to their families, of a northern officer who had chosen love over duty. These stories too became part of the Winter Witness accounts, spreading through an underground network of readers hungry for truth beyond propaganda. Though Yuna signed each manuscript only with her pseudonym, she included the line from Ji-ho's letter as a signature. Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere. Months passed. The war stalemated along what would eventually become the permanent division of Korea. Yuna's anonymous writings gained notoriety, prompting increased surveillance of suspected authors. Twice she narrowly avoided arrest, warned by sympathetic colleagues at the newspaper. In the winter of 1953, as armistice talks continued, Yuna received a peculiar invitation, a cultural exchange program seeking Korean translators for a diplomatic mission to Japan. The invitation came through channels that suggested American involvement, possibly intelligence services aware of her linguistic abilities, if not her clandestine activities. She accepted, recognizing both opportunity and escape. Seoul had become too dangerous, her anonymity increasingly fragile. Perhaps in Japan, with its distance from the immediate conflict, she could continue her work more safely. The night before her departure, a second letter arrived, delivered by an elderly woman who vanished before Yuna could question her. This one contained no message, only a pressed cherry blossom and an address in Kyoto's Gion district. Hope, dangerous and fragile, bloomed in her chest for the first time since crossing back into the south. She packed her notebooks carefully inside a false-bottomed suitcase and left Seoul as snowflakes began to fall, white petals covering the scars of a divided nation. Kyoto preserved its beauty like a treasure kept safe from time's erosion. While much of Japan still struggled with post-war reconstruction, the ancient capital had emerged largely unscathed, its temples, gardens, and traditions continuing as they had for centuries. To Yuna, walking its narrow stone streets felt like stepping into another world, one where peace was not merely the absence of gunfire but a cultivated state of being. For 3 years she had worked as a cultural liaison and translator for Korean delegations, her position providing sufficient credentials to avoid uncomfortable questions about her past. The diplomatic posting allowed her to travel between Japan and Korea, maintaining connections with the network of witnesses whose stories she still collected and published. The armistice had frozen the conflict rather than resolved it, creating a permanent division that separated families and severed a shared cultural heritage. Yuna's work increasingly focused on documenting these separations, the human cost of ideological boundaries. She had visited the address from the mysterious letter numerous times over the past 3 years. The small bookshop specialized in translations, offering works in Korean, English, Chinese, and Japanese. Its proprietor, an elderly Japanese woman named Hana, always greeted Yuna with the same polite smile and gentle denial. "I'm afraid the person you seek is not here," she would say, offering tea as consolation. Yuna had almost convinced herself that the address had been a cruel misdirection, or a hope destroyed by circumstances unknown to her. Yet she returned every few months, drawn by stubborn faith or perhaps by the bookshop itself, its shelves containing volumes that reminded her of her father's library and of poetry read by candlelight in abandoned churches. It was earlier December 1956 when Yuna entered the bookshop for what she had decided would be the final time. Snow had begun falling over Kyoto, transforming the city into a scene from a woodblock print. Black tile roofs outlined in white, stone lanterns wearing caps of snow, the Kamo River flowing dark between winter-bare cherry trees. The shop was empty except for Hannah, who looked up from her ledger with the same gentle smile. "You are persistent, Miss Park," she said in Japanese. "Perhaps that persistence deserves reward. Please, wait here." Before Yuna could respond, the old woman disappeared through a curtained doorway leading to the back of the shop. Minutes stretched into contemplation as Yuna browsed familiar shelves, her fingers trailing over book spines until they stopped at a slim volume of Korean poetry, the same collection Jiho had carried through the war. She was still holding it when the curtain parted. He stood taller in her memory, perhaps because she had last seen him weakened by fever and blood loss. Now he appeared solid but somehow contained, his scholar's frame disguised in the simple clothes of a Japanese bookseller. His hair had more grey than should belong to a man of 34, and a scar traced a path from his right temple to his jaw, a permanent reminder of wounds both visible and hidden. For a moment neither spoke. The poetry book trembled in Yuna's hands. "That edition has a superior translation," Jiho said finally, his voice exactly as she remembered, cultured, gentle, carrying the ghost of a northern accent he had clearly worked to suppress. "Though the original is always better." "How?" The question contained multitudes. How did you survive? How did you escape? How did you find your way here? Jiho's eyes held hers, communicating volumes before he spoke. American military intelligence found my academic background useful. I provided information in exchange for certain considerations. You became a spy. Understanding dawned. I became a translator of more than words. His smile held sadness and irony in equal measure. My knowledge of Northern command structures proved valuable enough to overcome objections about my origins. And afterward, Japan seemed safest. Neither North nor South would welcome me now. He gestured to the bookshop. Hannah was my professor's cousin. She helped me establish this place, a home for literature that crosses borders. The distance between them, 3 years and countless political complications, seemed both vast and insignificant. Yuna placed the poetry book on a nearby table and took a tentative step forward. I continued our work, she said. The stories, I know, Jiho's expression softened. The Winter Witness, your voice carried across the sea. Another step closer. Why didn't you contact me directly? It wasn't safe for either of us. His hand reached toward her but stopped short of touching. Your activities were monitored. I couldn't risk leading them to you. So you sent poetry instead. Words that would mean something only to you. The final distance between them dissolved, years of separation collapsing into the gravity of shared memory. When their hands finally touched, it felt like completing a circuit long interrupted, electricity flowing where once there had been only vacant space. Outside, snow continued to fall over Kyoto, a gentler snow than had witnessed their first meeting, yet carrying echoes of that frigid night when a northern officer had chosen to see a southern woman as human rather than enemy. The bookshop closes early on snowy days, Jiho said, his fingers interlacing with hers. There's a small tea house by the river where we could talk. I'd like that. Yuna smiled, the expression reaching her eyes for the first time in years. They stepped outside together, snow falling around them like cherry blossoms in negative, white against darkening sky rather than pink against blue. Neither spoke as they walked side by side down the narrow street, not quite touching yet connected by something stronger than physical contact. The war had divided their country, separated their people, and nearly claimed their lives. But as they walked into the gentle snowfall, Yuna understood that some divisions could be crossed, some wounds could heal, and some stories, against all odds, could find their way toward hope. Behind them, the bookshop light cast their shadows onto fresh snow, 2 separate silhouettes moving in the same direction, gradually merging into one as distance blurred their outlines against the gathering dusk. The end. Ink and Illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating up thin into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th installment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic. And Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she had cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spends her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night. Tuesday was fish. Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward, he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10:00 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of "good morning, nice weather," and "have a good day." Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes, it's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious L.L. Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't..." "Not in New York, not at a big bookstore, somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windermere Cove? You want to host an L.L. Moon event in my town?" "It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who have never connected Harper Lennox with L.L. Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then more softly, maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on-brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon." But no one actually unmasks. I love it. As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm, not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m. Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one, always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. "It was..." He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size. A habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life, he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent. She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by LL Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C-Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean it's popular and I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he'd expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair, but beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget, it was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town. Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town anywhere, but something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squadmate Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about L.L. Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with L.L. Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. L.L. Moon was coming here? To this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps? The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. "Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with L.L. Moon. Thursday, 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required, identities optional, passion guaranteed." Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. "The hardest thing about coming home," he told her, "isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you are living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop." How did she know? How did this mysterious L.L. Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasized her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry at least. C-Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling, candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate how to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. Whiskey, not champagne, she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war. His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward. Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years. Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance. Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? And the book captured that experience for you, she asked carefully. Parts of it. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to... He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. To what? Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed. The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. You sound like you know her work well. Harper withdrew her hand quickly. I'm a big fan, she said lightly. Have you read her other books? Not yet, but I might now. There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. I'm Jack, by the way. Harper caught herself just in time. Carly, she improvised. Nice to meet you, Jack. Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy. All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. Good evening, everyone, she said, still using the slightly lower register she'd adopted with Jack. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you. For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. One final question, Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. Your male characters are so authentic, the woman said. Do you base them on real men in your life? Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. I observe, she said carefully. I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table, sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. I'm glad you enjoyed it, she said, fighting to maintain her composure. You never answered that last question fully, he said quietly, about your inspiration. Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. Fair enough. He hesitated, then added, I'd like to write to LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here. The website has a contact form, Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly. Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon, she said smoothly. Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author. No intermediaries. "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "But exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." "That," Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, "was my next-door neighbour." Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. "Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with..." Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion. "With someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay." He read it over once, folded it and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arms so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the summer reading program, we're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him, something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended, LL Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it... It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special." There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting. "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought LL Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As LL Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. The event was a triumph, Margot crowed without preamble. Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these, small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding. It was intense, Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. But yes, I think it went well. Tell me everything, Margot demanded. Any standout moments? Interesting questions? Harper hesitated. There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight. But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested, or was it a strange one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. "Harper, just the person I wanted to see." Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. "This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away." Harper stared at the envelope, labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. "It's from him, isn't it?" Abby whispered, leaning forward. "Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night." "We don't know that," Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. "Did he say anything when he dropped it off?" "Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest." Abby studied Harper's face. "You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door." Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. "It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination." "Well, now you have a way to know the real him," Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. "This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head." Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger, moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. "Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience. So your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me, not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return, and thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world, she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She had progressed from good morning to actual questions like, did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as a librarian, and he never mentioned Windmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually. Through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine. Less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course, I ordered it for the library." "The main character, Stone, did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing. Just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good come in this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her, how he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her? even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same. "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee? With me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested, no pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that, very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great. Saturday morning, around 10? "Perfect," Harper agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. "Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we have made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me. A quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share. A sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house and existed. I renovated rooms, I read books, I went through the motions, but lately I've started to want more. Connection, purpose, maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after. So thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find a way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up. Small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early, but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years," Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations, too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall, better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time, routine," he looked out at the water, "and recently, finding connections that matter, remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there, warmth, the beginning of something that could be wonderful if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. "It might seem strange." Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Me L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing, something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper had described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost. And I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing, writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew whatever came next she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as L.L. Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter 12 times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest? That what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't. Not from personal experience, but I do understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express some parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as L.L. Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me and these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, Elle Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course, let me just—" She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from LL Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name, the anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me a lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with LL Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think." Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry, I have to—" "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you—" "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack. Friday at 7 See Pages bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to See Pages. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply, just two comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and two glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks for everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper, in her blue dress. "You came?" she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? LL Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected after I got your letter, things started falling into place, the way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much LL Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't, not until just now." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out?" "Yes," Harper said firmly. "That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon." Jack was quiet for a long moment. "Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning?" Harper gestured to the chairs. "It's a long story. Will you sit, please?" After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. "I never meant to deceive you specifically," she began. "The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet." "But it wasn't small for long," Jack said. Harper shook her head. "No. The books took off and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and what?" Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. "And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be." A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. "You wrote about me without knowing me." "Yes," Harper admitted, "and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create." Jack was quiet, processing her words. "At the masquerade event, when we talked, you knew exactly who I was." "Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you without my usual shyness getting in the way." "So, Carly was what? A performance?" There was a hint of hurt in his voice. "No," Harper said quickly. "That was me. A version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone." Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. "You've been living a double life all this time?" "Triple, actually," Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack. Different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. "All of them," she whispered. "That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone I..." She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. Letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled, that rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names, just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lip met hers in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside 2 people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after happily ever after when the real story was just beginning. The end.